in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Um, I don't think this is a good day. I don't think it's a good day, but I want to run it by you folks. As always, we have a couple topics we bring up, and today is no exception. A couple things I want to run by you folks. Um, Obviously, all of us have heard that TikTok is likely to be banned. That was it, January 20th. So that's real soon. That's real soon. That's what is that, a week or so? What is today? The 11th or the 12th or something like that. So that's really, really soon. So TikTok is on the chopping block. But I want to talk to you from a standpoint of not just about TikTok. The topic of the show today is simple. Are we losing freedoms in this country? Like I said, we're going to talk about TikTok, and there's pros and cons for how people feel about TikTok, but TikTok is not the only issue going on. Now, obviously women have their own opinion on whether they're losing freedoms or not. I'm not a fan of what they've done to adult entertainment, where there's several states where you can no longer access the hub anymore, or without some difficulty. So they're making it harder to access adult entertainment online. We know that certain books have been removed from schools and things like that. There's no doubt that that is happening. I don't think any member of the LGBTQ community feel like they're gaining freedoms. Certainly the transgender community. I don't think, you got Hegseth, who is likely to be in charge of the Department of Defense, already saying that women shouldn't serve in combat. So they currently can. So if that actually comes true, hopefully it won't, but if it comes true, is that a gain of freedom or is that a loss? And now we got several states, rather, not countries, several states requiring children to read the Bible or read the Ten Commandments. They're not getting a choice in this, folks. It's not a choice. They're literally, Ten Commandments is up in your school. The Bible is part of the curriculum. That's also happening. So I'm asking, do you feel like we may be losing freedoms? Or maybe a more positive light? Because I see Cheeky Chop says, stop spewing bullshit. Let me ask it to you this way. Do you feel perhaps maybe we will be a more free country under President Trump? Maybe we'll gain freedoms. If so, I'd like to know which types of freedoms do you believe that will be. But maybe you feel we'll gain freedoms under Trump. Because some folks feel like we are currently losing freedoms and Trump ain't even in office yet. So we're going to talk about all of that. And of course, the TikTok ban coming up. I want to ask you folks, do you feel like TikTok is a threat to national security? Do you feel like they really are a threat, that maybe the government is doing the right thing, that TikTok is a threat to national security? So we're going to cover all of that. In regards to the freedom conversation, before we start taking callers and looking in the comments, real quick in the comments, I see Kenneth Noel says you can put the Ten Commandments up in schools, but are they obeying them? No, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna obey them, because I think one of them says that thou shalt have no other gods before me, or something like that. I mean, that ain't got nothing to do with morality. That's religious based. Some of the Ten Commandments, because a lot of folks say, well, what's wrong with putting it up? It teaches kids morality. Well, it also teaches them that Christianity is the one true religion too. I believe one of the commandments alludes to that. So that's a whole nother issue. You're forcing Christianity on kids. It ain't just you're trying to get them to do what's morally right. You're also trying to get them to become Christian. So, we talk about shoving things down the throats of children. That is an aspect of shoving Christianity down children's throats. We just live in a country where a lot of folks, while they don't agree with things being shoved down their children's throats, they're okay if it's religion. But they are attempting to shove Christianity down the throats of kids. If you're requiring curriculum to be taught utilizing the Bible, but the Quran and other books are not part of it, then you're obviously biased in favor of Christianity. So they are doing that. But in regards to the TikTok thing, I want to go over something before I start taking calls here. This was a Cato Institute survey where they asked, and I don't know how many members, I don't know how many Americans they asked, but they asked them, do they feel like they were losing freedoms? Now, this is from July 4th of this year. So obviously, Trump was not the president. He was running for president July 4th of this year. And we can say whether we felt Trump was going to win back in July or not. This is right after Biden's horrible debate performance. So I'm assuming that made Trump look a lot more enticing. But July 4th of this year, freedoms. The 77% of this service, the right for all people to have equal protection under law, they felt was under threat. 77% of the folks in this survey felt that there was a threat in regards to the right for all people to have equal protection under the law. Now, there's a lot more in just that. The right to privacy, 76% of Americans, or in this study, felt that that was under some type of a threat. If accused of a crime, the right to be informed of the accusation and evidence. Damn. 75% of the folks were concerned that we may be losing that. Now, I'll tell you something. In regards to the largest deportation in history, now we can debate whether someone who is here on an undocumented status has any rights at all. I believe they're entitled to constitutional rights, but some disagree. But if the 75% that said if you're accused of a crime, having the right to be informed of the accusation and evidence, I do believe there's a very good possibility that folks that are believed to be here illegally or on an undocumented status may find themselves being held without being charged for a while. Guantanamo Bay style. That does happen in cases like that. This person's been held for 60 days and it turns out they are an American citizen. They just couldn't produce their identification at the time. That could absolutely happen. I do believe there's a possibility there. 75% believe the right to vote is at stake. Wow, that's really bad. 74% also say the freedom of speech is in jeopardy. I think both sides of the aisle has a hell of a lot of people who agree with that. The right to own private property. I'd be curious to know. I'd be curious to know what do they mean by that. Now, somebody said something happened to the live Crip Killer. What happened to the live there, Cheeky Chumps? Are you talking about on YouTube, on TikTok? For you folks on TikTok, let me know if you can hear me okay, if things are going all right. He said something happened to the live. What happened to what live? Let me know on TikTok specifically if you guys can, if the audio and things like that. Okay, everybody says seems fine. Okay, all right. The right to own private property. Do you think that is in jeopardy? I don't know where that's coming from, but 75% or 71% of the folks in this Cato study says the right to own private property. I haven't heard that one. 70% if accused of a crime, the right to a fair, speedy, and public trial. Why would anybody think that's in jeopardy? If you are accused of a crime, the right to a fair, speedy, and public trial. I don't know where that one would come from either. 70% also thought it's in jeopardy if accused of a crime, the right to have trial by jury. No clue where that's coming from. I definitely have a clue where this next one is coming from, though. 68% freedom of religion. I just stated to you how Christianity is now being forced on kids in some areas. So if you're Muslim in that, if you're a Muslim in that school, you're not obviously getting viewed the same as a Christian child. Freedom of religion, I definitely think, could be in trouble. There's only three more of these. 68%, the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure from government. Well, when you got Trump promising to bring back stop and frisk and give police immunity from prosecution, I would be in that 68%. The right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure from government. He is 100% talking about removing that right. Stop and frisk is basically a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. The Supreme Court has already ruled on that. Now, 51 Cent in the comments says, was crime down then? I do believe when Giuliani was stopping and frisking folks, crime dropped. But you don't sacrifice somebody's constitutional rights to say, well, I'm bringing down crime in the process. You wouldn't entertain somebody taking away your Second Amendment rights if they felt they would bring down shootings, would you? So why should you entertain somebody taking away your Fourth Amendment rights if it'll bring down crime? You either have these rights or you don't. You don't have people making up excuses on when it's okay to take away your rights. And I would submit this to you. It is a crime to violate your civil rights. So the moment we switch from you having Fourth Amendment rights to bringing back stop and frisk, while you lower crime among the citizens, you essentially turn the people with badges into criminals. You're literally just changing who the criminals are. Every time a cop searches somebody for which he has no right to do so, he's committing a crime. So you haven't lowered crime, you've basically switched who the criminals are. But we'll talk about that in the process of the live. Continuing on, though, the right to due process of law. I'm surprised at how many of these are people that truly fear that they're going to have issues with the legal institutions, because the right to due process of law. But I stated earlier, during the largest deportation in history, you're definitely going to have some people that are being, wrongfully stopped and searched. They're going to be demanding paperwork from you. You by law, you can't just pull an American citizen over and demand they prove that they're an American citizen. But that absolutely will happen. If you look Hispanic, happened with Sheriff Joe Arpaio down in Arizona, and he was about to go to jail for it until Trump pardoned him in 2017. But Sheriff Joe Arpaio down in Arizona was ordering his deputies to stop folks, brown folks obviously, and make them prove that they had, the legal right to be here. And of course, that involves stopping American citizens, which is a violation of their Fourth Amendment rights, of course. He was indicted and convicted and about to do prison time. Trump pardoned him for that. So that has already happened, the right to due process of law. And last but not least, freedom for people to assemble peacefully. Now, wow. Who's that? No, there's actually a few more of these, but I'm not going to go through them all before I start taking calls. But freedom for people now that's obviously your First Amendment right: freedom to assembly, freedom to press, freedom of speech. 67% of this study felt that people were going to potentially lose their freedom for people to assemble peacefully. I don't know. I mean, obviously, Black Lives Matter, when they assemble, they're stopping traffic and things like that. That you can't allow that to happen. But if you're assembling peacefully and you're not causing any, I guess you're not impeding the flow of traffic, you're not threatening people and things like that, legally that should be able to stand. But there's always ways to twist and turn things to show that they're not doing this peacefully. You find a crowd where there's 10,000 people and one person makes a threat. Well, see, they're not peaceful. So we'll see how that goes. The right to travel? The right to travel. You think we're going to potentially lose 65%? The right to marry, 61%. The right to marry is something people are concerned with. I don't know, same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, you think there's a possibility it may be under threat. Anyhow, continuing on the program, rather. Freedom of assembly is basically protest, picketing, etc. Yeah, but you have freedom to protest, but it has to be done in a legal manner. And you can always pass city ordinance and city laws to make what you did yesterday that was legal illegal today. So there's always ways to change that. All of a sudden now you can't be out protesting after 9 p.m. They can always change that. So understand that what you can do that's legal today, they can make it. If they don't like you, if they don't like what you are protesting, it is possible for that city, town, state, county, whatever, to pass laws to try to make it harder for you to do it. So understand that. Going to the box, and somebody said, okay, they need a permit from the city council, but you can deny permits too. You can create whatever grounds you want to deny a permit. Your protest is violating the noise ordinance of this town. We don't let cars go down the street making a bunch of noise. You guys cannot be out here protesting after 7 p.m. because our residents got to sleep and go up to work in the morning. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of ways to limit that. Stick the ruler. Good evening, or better yet, good afternoon, man.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. TikTok on the chopping block. What say you?
Could you repeat that? Because you went out just for a second.
TikTok on the chopping block. What say you?
I think when it comes to TikTok, I think that it needs to be looked over. If there's any type of way that they could save TikTok, I think they need to do that. We already know what we need to know when it comes around to to where our data is going and who owns it. Instead of talking points, we just need to look at the facts of how TikTok is ran, and I think we're okay. We're fine.
Well, they're claiming that because it's Chinese owned, it could be a threat to national security. Do you see any possible validity in that?
Well, it's not Chinese owned. It's owned by a fashion out of Singapore, I believe. That's number one. And then number two, our data doesn't even go across seas. It goes to Oracle. And I believe Oracle is somewhere in Silicon Valley in California.
So if what you're saying is true, why the hell do so many people think it's Chinese owned?
Because that's what they always say. Just as why a lot of people think Barack Obama is Muslim. That's why people think that Hillary Clinton, is eating babies. Because people keep saying it. I mean, wow. Again, Barack Obama had said a while back, if you keep saying it and you keep saying it and keep saying it, then this is the politics of today. It must be true. But in actuality, we know it's not. So the American people, they kind of like, over time, they've always showed who they are. But definitely this election, they show who they are. And definitely on this TikTok subject, they're showing who they are. They just want to take it over. They want to own the algorithm. They want to make it theirs. They want to do a Trump when he first started running. What did he say? We should have took the oil.
Yeah,
we should have took TikTok.
So you think this is? Do you think this is primarily a right wing mindset where they're the ones who primarily want to get rid of TikTok?
I believe it's one of those situations that the right now they got their guy in office, so they don't care anymore. I believe now they see that TikTok is a moneymaker and a way of actually spewing the stuff that they like to spew too. Whether it's misinformation, disinformation, or whether it's even correct information. Because I'm not going to say that they're wrong completely all the time, but they do spit about 75% lies. And that's just being generous.
You're saying that the Trump camp, about 75% of what they say is a lie?
I'm being honest, man. Yeah, I mean, you got Matt Gaetz. He out there. They already proved, or they got evidence showing that he did it. Oh yeah, by the way, we got the evidence. We should arrest the president. You ever heard that before?
Yeah, Ice Cube.
yeah. So it's
yeah, I've heard that song.
Yeah, and he loves throwing that out there. Well, why haven't went to jail? Wait for it.
Well, I don't think they're going to arrest. I don't think Matt Gaetz under a Trump administration. I mean, if Matt Gaetz goes down, for being with a 17-year-old or any of the other stuff, that's going to make Trump look worse considering he tried to appoint him to be the nation's top cop. So I think that Trump behind the scenes would probably interfere and try to prevent that because that makes him look bad. Like, this is the dude you were about to appoint, and now he gets convicted of all this stuff. I mean, that would go down in history for Trump. So I think he would try to stop that.
Man, Trump don't care. He's already he's a felon. He don't care. Remember that. He's a felon. We can actually say that. and they can actually say, well, he didn't get no time, he didn't go to jail. It don't matter. He's a felon. So one felon to another felon. I mean, they all flock together. You know what I'm saying? Birds of a feather.
Well, then,
So
if he's a felon and you say they all flock together, are you suggesting that a hell of a lot of incarcerated African Americans are going to start flocking to Trump because they all flock together?
listen, that's the sad part about it. That's how he tried to make it to where
Mugshot.
he has a connection. He tries to have a connection with us, but connection with us is not jail, my friend. It's
Fancy,
not.
thank you.
It's not having a rap sheet. Because I don't know why or where in the fantasy world, for people who want to be rappers, for people who want to be gangster rappers, you know, they don't want to commit the crime, but they want to have that persona.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can be 6'9" all day, but sooner or later it's gonna come out that you soft and you ain't about that life. And then again, now not only are you a rat or are you not hood, now you just a total fake phony, and that's what he is. And I don't even know.
What are you basing this on? You're saying that Trump is a fake and phony. People really like him. I mean, he won the popular vote. Why? Where are you getting this from? Why are there so many folks
He
that
won the popular vote because 15 million people didn't vote. He won the popular vote because at the end of the day, whether you want to say she was a bad candidate, whether you want to say she only had 100 days, whether you want to say Biden ruined it, you got all of these different factors to why Trump won. It's not just he was a better candidate or he had better policies.
What about the notion that Trump actually listened to the people and that resonates?
Nah.
No.
Because if he was listening to the people, if he was actually resonating with the people, then this Greenland, Panama, this Canada, this Mexico thing would have never came up. He would have been focusing on what the people wanted, which was the border and a better economy, or a better economy in the border. I mean, that's really the only two things.
Well, I will say this. In regards to Greenland, while there are a lot of Americans that are not necessarily favorable to what he's talking about in regards to Greenland, if he does do that, down the line, it will be better for the United States. It might not be better for the people of Greenland.
Tim,
wow.
I just had a problem with what you're doing right now.
Okay.
I was watching ABC today, the round table or whatever they got going on.
Yeah, this week with George Stephanopoulos, I saw it.
And they was giving him all sorts of accolades, and if this happens, bruh, ain't no if. You telling me right now you down with the colonization? You down with
No, wait, hold on, hang on. Just because I said something could turn out better for the United States does not mean I'm down with it. I mean, it turned out better for you. Hold on, hang on. It turned out better for you and me because we're here, maybe as opposed to being in Africa. That don't mean I'm down with slavery. I mean, no, I'm not down with what will happen to the people of Greenland at all. But I do think if he expands the size of the United States by acquiring Greenland, it will make the United States a more powerful country.
But the American people, if he was listening, they didn't want any more wars, Tim. They didn't want to.
You think Greenland would even? You think Greenland would even go to war with us if we? I think that would be a pretty easy one. I don't think Greenland has much military prowess to even be able to stop it.
And I would agree. But again, now we the bullies. Now again.
When have we not been the bullies? When have we not been the bullies?
But we're out. Listen, we're taking Trump's mantra of being an outward bully. It's one thing to be like, I'm a bully, but I do little secret stuff, proxies and different things like that. But when you just put the stomp down on him, you push everybody out the way like he did to take that photo op, like that's being blatant, that's being an asshole. Trump, nobody asked you for this. Let's just be honest. You said it yourself. I thought he was listening to the people. What the people are saying, period. We don't want that.
I got a lot of wait. But I want to.
But where's the eggs, Tim? I thought he was listening.
He's not. Wait, hold on. He is not in office yet, Stick. You can't.
It doesn't matter. He said he's gonna get control of everything before he even gets up there. Whether it's the war in Ukraine, whether it's inflation, he's gonna do all this. He's gonna talk to all his rich homeboys, and they're gonna come together with a plan, and they're gonna fix it. Him and Elon Musk and all his other rich homeboys.
All right, maybe he overstepped. Maybe he exaggerated on a few things, but you can't expect. You criticizing him before he's president. There's only so much he can do, and we know Biden is trolling the hell out of him. Biden ain't gonna make his transition easy.
Did I open that floodgate? Did I do that? Did I?
What are you, Steve Urkel now? Yeah, you did it.
No. I did not. He said it first. He said, I will do this, and this before I even get
Well, okay, and I agree with you that the difference between Trump and a lot of other presidents is him running his mouth. If he just simply did, what they say, real gangsters move in silence or some shit like, if he just did a lot of the things he's talking about, using diplomacy or in backdoor tactics, it probably would look better than, because, for instance, us talking about purchasing Greenland. He could have probably gained a lot more ground doing that with diplomacy, talking to Denmark behind the scenes, giving them something they could work with to make them just let it go, than to publicly go on the stage and state, we're going to take this shit, Suge Knight style, and the military ain't off the table, which is kind of forcing the people of Denmark and Greenland to put up a shut up because you punking them out in front of everybody. So I do agree with that part. Diplomacy over just being a bully.
Yeah, I mean, just as well as even with what was the other one? Canada. He had the man. I don't know if it was Ontario or which province of Canada it was, but he came out and said, "Well, it's coming. We're going to turn off the lights. We're going to do this. We're going to." I mean, because you basically just said we're going to put tariffs on you, blanket tariffs on you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. And he had to turn around, as soft as Canada is.
Well, you know how. What would stop
what
that? What would stop that? Just dropping in a whole bunch of paratroopers around the power plants, seizing the power plant and preventing that guy from turning off the lights, then doing it. I mean, that's what. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but when Trump is talking like this, it is a reason for alarm.
Well, the whole thing of it is not just Trump, but he's got to have people that agree with his tactics or his motives. And I'm thinking right at this moment that some of the Republicans, they wish that wasn't their guy. I'll just say that.
I don't know about that. You think they got buyer's remorse already?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I mean, again, where are the low price eggs?
He's not president yet.
No. But Tim, he doesn't deserve that yet because he's already opened that gate. He's told us what he would do before he got into office. And the things that I'm naming are on that list.
Yeah.
So again, if you can't stop the war, if you can't lower the eggs, if you can't lower the gas, because these were like the main three things. I don't even know why eggs were.
So you're going to hold him accountable for failures before becoming president?
If you open your mouth, if you said it, then that's on you. It's not on me. Just like if I say something about him and you say, well, where's your proof? That the burden of proof is on me to show you what he did and how he did it, correct?
Yeah.
But the thing of it is, in this case, I don't have to do that because you heard it yourself as well.
I think, and thank you, Fancy Prancy, appreciate the support, thank you. I think the thing about Trump in regards to that is the people who support Trump, that love and adore Trump, they know he runs his mouth quite a bit, and they have a way of judging him where it's not going to include judging him for things that he promised to do before he became president. I don't think a lot of them really place a whole lot of credibility to that anyway. I mean, he's on the end of the Ukraine-Russian war within 24 hours, even before becoming president. I don't think a lot of MAGA really are going to hold him accountable for that. They knew that was a dream and it's just Trump being boisterous, but you're gonna hold him accountable for not bringing down price of groceries and all of that before ever entering the White House.
I'm gonna hold him accountable for whatever he says. I'm not gonna be MAGA. I'm not gonna be what I seen on ABC this morning. I'm not gonna be patting him on his back and saying, "Oh, look at the Democrats. They're playing ball. They're getting stuff signed in." But y'all saying that, but we still have President Biden as the president. So they're already trying to give Trump a win for them coming out with a bipartisan bill on the border, I believe. I think that's the bill that they were talking about.
He's got some wins, Stick. You may not want to give him credit for it, but I think he has some wins already.
But hold on, Tim. By going by your logic, the person who is in office always gets the kudos,
Yeah.
and they get the blame.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna give kudos, we're gonna give kudos to the person that's in the office, which is Joe Biden right now. And I love how he moves. See, he moves in silence like lasagna. That's the finish. Yeah, he moves in silence like lasagna.
I've never heard that part. I've never heard the lasagna part.
Yeah, you move in silence like lasagna. Hey, that's a Lil Wayne verse. But anyway, you gotta move in silence like lasagna.
He must have been on some of that syrup to say some shit like move in silence like lasagna. Doesn't lasagna sound just like Cardi B's mac and cheese macaroni in a pot? What do you mean in silence? Go ahead, I'll give you the last word. I gotta move on.
That's only when you're cutting it, right? That's only when you're cutting it. So check it though. What I will say, and what I do see is this: Trump supporters, they will never, give any type of bad saying towards Trump. They will never talk to anybody bad about him. They will only glorify some of the things that he says. But this is where I say, hold yourself accountable, Maga. Anything that and everything that he has talked about doing before being elected, why is Greenland, Panama Canal, Mexico, Canada, why are these places being brought up? And that was not what he ran on. He's throwing y'all for a loop. I need you to wake up, recognize it. You, not me, you ask him, what is going on? We voted you in for this. Give us this first. Then if you want to do that,
let him get in. I got to move on, but let him get in office first. Stick, thanks for coming through, but he's got to get in office first.
Yes, sir. And I'll just say this last thing, Tim. Trump only throws things out there to see what he can, what advice or not advice, if he gets approval. If he gets approval from MAGA, it's whatever.
I wish more politicians did that, but I got to go. Appreciate it. To some degree, what Trump is getting, I think what helped Trump out in terms of favorable is speaking to the people, being transparent. Now, he may not always be telling the truth, as my last caller rightfully pointed out, but he does talk to the people. I wish that Biden and many of the other Democrats would perfect that characteristic that Trump has. Talk to the people a bit more. Get out there and shake hands and kiss babies even while you're elected. Once you get in office, don't stop speaking to the people. Trump continued holding rallies even while he was president. That has some value to it. But I would prefer you tell the truth at your rallies, but get out there and talk to the people. Real G's move in silence like lasagna, says Joseph Miller. Is that what Lil Wayne said? Real G's move in silence like lasagna. But you can't really rhyme lasagna with too much. I'd have to look that verse up. Real G's moving silence like, what the hell does silence and lasagna have in common? Other than maybe lasagna was fitting something else he was trying to trying to rhyme with. You mean lie to the people, Tim, says Boss Moves. If the people think what you're saying is true, though, it doesn't feel like a lie. And I know how thick that sounds, but you're lying to the people when they, like, for instance, lock her up. Perfect example. Now, obviously, after seeing 4 years of Trump, there was no intentions of ever locking Hillary Clinton up. No, didn't even make a move towards investigating her. So when they're yelling lock her up, the people are not necessarily receiving the truth, but they lead their rallies feeling like finally somebody's going to go after crooked ass Hillary Clinton. This is the man for the job. We need to elect this guy. It worked. So sometimes promising people what they want versus what they actually going to get does have political capital to it. I prefer you promise people what is actually going to happen, but it does work for him. Anyhow, tap the screen. I haven't asked that yet. Get the likes up to about 10,000. Certainly would help out the program, help out the algorithm on TikTok. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000, if you will. Trump side with the oligarchy of America. Well, he's kind of part of that. Charles Vaughn, I mean, that's Bill Maher, the one that always points out the wokeness and the problems with the liberal party. He was being interviewed by Stephen A., and he said something today, and I'll go back to the box shortly. He said that is that, we put Trump in there and you look at the billionaires he's appointing to his cabinet, like he really is sticking it to the elite, huh? I mean, and that's a good point. I mean, Trump was supposed to get us away from, as you're talking about, oligarchs and all of that. It does seem like he's appointing and teaming up with a bunch of them. So we'll see how that goes. Um, Obama pardoned Clinton. You're saying that Barack Obama pardoned Hillary Clinton? Trump was running. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that Obama pardoned Hillary Clinton. California had a boo-boo, but it was not an apocalypse. Well, it ain't over with yet. I don't think it'll be an apocalypse, but it ain't over with yet. Don't call it yet until it ends. Continuing on with the program. Yes, after Comey refused to indict her. Trump did make a big stink about that. Mike, good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. I'm all over the place. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
So he said the G is silent. G's moving silent like lasagna, meaning the G.
Oh, now it makes sense. Right. Okay, the G in lasagna is silent. Wow, it's early.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense now. All right, now I get it. Damn, that went right over my head. All right, so hey, look, ain't nothing like.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Go.
Why do we always pass a? You talk about exaggerate, lie, over exaggerate when it comes to Trump, right? But we know he lies a lot. Is that fair?
That is fair. That is very fair.
That is fair. That is fair that he lies a lot. I would say that he's lied. He's publicly lied because when you talk about all the different administrations over the course of time, a lot of people say all administrations lie or all politicians lie, but it's factual that Trump lies more than anyone.
But there is a reason.
Presidential stage.
I don't want to necessarily come from an angle of defending Trump, but it's going to sound like that when I say this. There's a reason why Trump tells more lies than other politicians. It's because he speaks to the people more than any politician. So if you say something that is a lie today, like, okay, Barack Obama, when he was trying to pass universal health care, he said, if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor. That's something that turned out to be a lie. If he had have been holding as many rallies as Trump and repeating that all over the damn place, it would have multiplied the number of lies he was telling, because Trump says more. He says more words than any other politician.
But Tim, you've got to be so by that crazy ass logic that you just explained. Basically, what you're giving a pass to is crazy as shit. Let me ask you this question.
How is it crazy?
Hold on. We are talking about the president of the United States, right?
Right.
So let's agree on this. It is the most important position in this country by far, correct?
Fact.
By far, that's a fact.
Fact.
Would you consider that behavior that Trump is displaying in the most important position in the country, in the world? Would you allow your financial advisor to tell that many lies, taking care of your finances? Would you dismiss it the way you're dismissing it now?
If my financial advisor was lying like Trump, but I was making a ton of money, would I dismiss it?
No. See, you can't.
What are the results? What are the results of the lies, though? What are the results?
Well, okay. I will tell you one of the lies. I will tell you one of the results of one of the lies. When he lied about COVID or C-19, the result was additional unaliving.
Yeah, that was real bad.
Right? When he told the lie about Haitians eating cats and dogs, the result was
bomb threats. Bomb threats. Bomb threats.
And bomb threats and all of those things. Okay?
Right.
So when he told the lie about Stop the Steal, Ashley Babbitt. So you asked me that question, and I just gave you 3 examples where the lies and the results of the lies impacted people in the most negative way, up to and including unaliving.
Yeah, but there's a lot of positive results too you're overlooking.
Give me 2.
Well, number one, One of the lies of him doing that, for if you support Trump, if you're an evangelical, his lies got him elected, and he in turn rolled back Roe v. Wade, something they've been trying to achieve for 50 years. He got elected, and he was able to switch the Supreme Court so far to the right, it'll probably be that way for 50 years. I mean, his lies got him elected, and then he did things that you really wanted, whereas he had told the truth, he may have never been president to begin with.
So those things that you speak of are directed. So this is how I counter that. What you just said is or quote unquote, I got my air quotes up, are quote unquote positive things for a specific group of people.
Yeah, well,
hold on. A specific group of people that are looking to roll legislation back to a time when women didn't have rights, minorities didn't have rights. I mean, so is that a win? It may be a win for those people, but
right.
We're looking at it for Americans, because we're all Americans, right?
Yeah, but but Mike, there is no policy any president's going to pass that every single American thinks that's a good idea. Every policy you pass, hell, even if he lowered the price of eggs, the dude that's selling eggs may think that's a bad idea. I mean, no matter what you do, somebody's not going to like it.
100%. I don't disagree with that, but when people are making decisions that oppress people, that's a problem. Yes.
To the people being oppressed, to the people on the other side, yes. They're gaining shit.
But the people think they're gaining something, Tim. When Trump says return women's rights back to the states,
right,
and people agree with that, but don't understand every state doesn't have that right to begin with. Is that a lie?
Wait, repeat that.
And he knows that when Trump says Roe v. Wade, we're gonna return that back to the states.
Right.
With understanding that every state doesn't have legislation on the books that it can even be voted on, but they don't tell that part.
Well,
is that a lie? Is that exaggeration?
Well, there's a lie in there, and I'll tell you how it is. First of all, I don't think the goal is to just roll that decision back to the states. I do believe the goal is to do it federally, but you can't say that right now. Which is that's
whoa! I don't mean to cut you off, Tim. Whoa! Wait a minute. You just said you don't believe that that's the goal. That you believe the goal is to make a federal ban. That he said he wouldn't make a federal ban.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, by your logic, you've already what you're identifying and admitting to or believing. Let me say that you're believing that he lied about that he's lying from the beginning.
I just said that.
Right. So, is that lie going to hurt more people, or is it going to help more people?
It's going to help the people that support him. That's how politics works, Mike.
But no.
That's how politics work. You focus on you want to help your supporters. That's kind of, I mean, nobody's getting in there really being concerned with people that didn't support them. I mean, that's just how politics works.
But my point is, he's doing it by lying. Because what basically, let me ask you this. If he would have came out and said, why didn't he say he wants to do a federal ban? Because I believe he wants to do it too. Why didn't he come out and say he wanted to do a federal ban while he was campaigning?
The same reason why Obama may have said, if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor, because if he had told the truth, he would have faced more opposition.
So basically you're saying, let me understand you. He didn't say it because he didn't believe that if he said the truth, then the supporters that voted for him wouldn't have voted for him.
Yeah. And they all do that. He's not the only one that does that. You're holding a politician accountable for politicking.
I know. I'm holding him accountable for the degree and at which he lies. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying at the degree.
I've answered that though. I've stated to you. He talks to the people more than other politicians, so his number of lies are going to be higher just because he says more words.
That is, and the fact that we accept that as a norm,
I didn't say we should accept it. I didn't say any of that.
No, I didn't say that you said we should, but we do. Because here's the thing, and again, when we dismiss it as an exaggeration, when we don't call it a thing, real time, and we let it just move on like it's not a thing, like it's not as significant as it is, the cats and dogs thing. People dismiss it. It's not really a thing, or then it did happen. No evidence, but it's harming people. But we move on to the next person based on who it harms. Based on who's being harmed.
Okay, like I said, I'm not arguing with that. I'm just simply saying what he's doing is working for him. Acceptable or not, it is working.
It's so funny when I get in the comments sometime, and one of your I don't know if she's a subscriber, but Fancy Francie, she's saying he's only stating facts, that he's not saying it's good or bad. But the problem is, Fancy, to your comment, is if you believe the lie and you don't even dig into the truth, then you believe that lie is fact. And the lie is not fact. The lie is a lie. And when you believe it to be true, and then you find out that it's not, for example, I'm going to give this and then I'll drop. Mass deportation.
Mm-hmm.
Mass deportation is not a good idea on any level, and it will not produce anything good for the American people like he says it will. Period. Full stop.
And I got ways.
There is nothing good that will come out of mass deportation, Tim.
I don't totally agree with that
Do
either.
you disagree with me?
Yeah. All right, I'm moving on, but I don't 100% agree. I'll tell you on the other side, but I don't totally agree with that, and I'll tell you about it. All right, Mike. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Let me tell you this real quick.
Go.
And this isn't even Trump. You know what's happening down in Kern County here in California, Bakersfield, California, with ISIS down there and the profiling. ISIS they're already starting these operations down in Kern County. This was last week. I think I told you this last week.
Okay.
Right? There's already things happening here in California. Now you have migrants not showing up to work in said fields, in said industry, agriculture.
That was predictable.
Before he gets into office, you will start seeing the prices of goods go up, because they will never go down by moving the very people that do the work out. It's pretty simple math. And every economist has said such. So what he's saying and what he's doing is not going to help why the way people think it will.
All right. I don't disagree with that part. I'll talk about
They know that, Tim.
All right.
And they know that. That's a lie.
Well,
That's a significant lie.
Perhaps. All right, Mike. Thank you. And I will say, in disagreement with his claim that there's nothing good that comes out of mass deportation, you need to know who's in your country. I mean, yeah, some people work for cheap and they'll keep the prices of fruits and things like that down. I understand that and agree with that 100%. But under the Biden administration, it went too far. I mean, we know that a large majority of people coming in this country are not coming here to pick fruits and do all. I mean, they're scattered everywhere. So it's gotten to the point where it went too far. And that's where because obviously the right are finding folks that are really committing major felonies that have no history of ever picking any fruits or doing any of that stuff. Whether you're talking about, buildings in Colorado being taken over, or you're talking about Lincoln Riley, they're starting to find crimes like that. Them people didn't come here to pick fruits. So I believe you could implement a mass deportation. And then while you're in the process of that, you can find out who does have a history of operating those menial jobs and create special provisions for them to stay. But you need to take a head count. You need to know who's in the country. That's what I believe comes out favorable from a mass deportation. You need to take a head count. We need to know who's in here. And then, of course, like I said, if some of the folks are valuable and you could have farmers, for instance. You could have farmers give you the names, they don't have socials, whatever they have, identification of the folks that are working on their farm. You could make provisions for where we won't be hard on them, but we need to know who they are, and we'll pass some type of ordinance so they can stay or they can come and go or whatever the case may be. But I don't see what's wrong with doing a head count. It got too far, it went too far under Biden where anyone could show up and say, I got grounds to claim an asylum. They would let them in the country and give them a court date. And we know a large portion of those folks that claimed asylum will not legally qualify. But you got to find them now. because they're somewhere along the countryside. You need to do a head count. I don't think that's a bad idea. Looking in the comments, damn Skippy Handsome says 51. Thank you. Appreciate that. Looking in the comments, where are these people, Tim? We have more homegrown T groups in this country. I don't disagree that Americans commit more crimes than immigrants. I don't buy what the right is saying on that. But I do still believe you need to do a head count. You need to do a head count. You could have sleeper cells that may not commit a crime for 10 years. You need to do a head count. Is that a bad thing to know who is in your country? I mean, have we actually gotten to a point where we believe it's wrong to question anything about somebody that's coming in the country? I mean, I don't see any issue with doing a head count. I really believe that a head count needs to be done. And then, of course, like I said, during the process, if it is determined that that person is of value to America, then you could make some kind of way for them to come right back in. I don't see that. I don't see that part as being unfair. Maybe you disagree. Looking in the comments, though, I will move on with First Watch. Good evening. I'm going to say good evening for a while. Good afternoon, First Watch. Welcome to the program. Now, we're talking about the possibility of losing freedoms. Do you see us potentially losing freedoms as time is going on?
No. Under Trump, I don't see us losing no freedom.
So, what, okay, 'cause some of the ones that people are concerned with, certainly with women, the pro-choice, pro-life thing. Now, that's a privilege, but privilege and freedom often go hand in hand. Like if somebody told you couldn't drive anymore, you're gonna feel like you lost a freedom, even though driving is a privilege, it's not a freedom. But you don't see any validity to women saying that they're losing freedoms?
Well, right now we're still up under the Biden administration. So
Right.
we haven't even made it to the Trump administration. So I really couldn't answer that question.
Well, you do know the only reason women's rights have been rolled back is because of Trump. You don't disagree with that, do you?
Yeah, I disagree with that. What woman right has been rolled back?
The right to
We
choose.
definitely not talking about abortion, because that's going back to the state. And regardless of the decisions that the state will make in every place, they still haven't lost the right.
So you saying in all 50 states a woman can still do it?
It doesn't matter if they could do it in all 50 states, because in all 50 states doesn't determine whether a woman lost their rights. Now, if you say a woman,
Wait, what does that mean? I don't even understand what you're saying. If you could do something in Alabama today and you can't tomorrow, is that not a loss of a right or privilege?
No, it's not a loss of right or privilege unless it is outright written that a woman lost her right. I don't know one state that has written a law stating that a woman can't have an abortion. There might be heavy restrictions on them.
So let me ask it to you this way. If okay, you have Second Amendment rights. If I say that you still can have a 6-shooter pistol, but you can no longer have a semi-automatic or any kind of carbine, do you consider that a loss of your rights? Because at the end of the day, you still can have a gun.
Yeah, I don't consider that as a loss of a right, because we still, just like you said, we still can have a gun.
Okay.
The Second Amendment right is for us to be able to protect ourselves. And as long as you have some weapon to protect yourself, then you haven't lost a right.
Wow. All right, well, you're consistent. I think most of my 2A folks would vehemently disagree with you, but you are consistent in your belief with it. So I'll leave that at that. What about the notion of forcing, kids in schools now to do curriculum that's straight out of the Bible and putting the 10 Commandments up on the wall and things like that? You don't see that as any challenge to religious freedom?
Well, I don't see it as a challenge, because everybody have their own perception of the way they want to teach their kids. Right now, I don't see that it's being forced upon the kids. It's being made as a choice within the schools.
What do you mean by choice? It's not a choice. If you go to school in Oklahoma, you're going to be taught curriculum that's coming out of the Bible. You don't have a choice whether or not to take that class or not. If you don't take that class,
let me ask you something.
You didn't really answer my question, but go ahead.
No, when you say taught a curriculum out of the Bible, what curriculum exactly are you talking about? Because I don't understand that one little part that you're saying. I don't think that there's nothing wrong with being taught the Bible, since America was founded on, religion. So I don't
I
think
thought,
that.
what if you say America was founded on religion? Then what did they mean when they said separation of church and state?
Okay, separation of church and state has nothing to do with the laws, and church has nothing to do with each other.
What
Being
does
founded
separation
on
of church and
religion.
state mean to you?
What do you repeat that? I was speaking.
What does separation of church and state mean to you?
Separation of church and state is not being told that you can't learn anything about the Bible.
That ain't what
But
I said. What does it mean to
okay,
you? What does it mean when they say separation of church and state? What does that mean to you?
okay, it means to me that you should differentiate what your laws and your religion is, because laws and religions are two different things. So therefore, if you want to teach something in school pertaining to, I guess you say you was growing up and you wanted to be a preacher or you wanted to be a deacon or something like that, which is supposed to be morality. So you could teach a base and a sense of morality of something that you feel that can lead people in the right direction. So right now, Oklahoma feel like, maybe all these things and kids shootings and different things, they feel like being taken because you say that a person could be born and you don't have to have religion or be taught this in order to be a good person. Well, I beg the difference on that. If someone don't tell you, or if you don't be guided into the right direction, that's what we're speaking about young black males right now, growing up in single family homes. If you're not guided and told the right way to go, then how can you be expected to do the right thing? So you have some people who say, hey, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Buddha, I'm not this, I'm not that, but I do have values, and these values tell me that I shouldn't want to kill no one. I shouldn't want to rape no one. I shouldn't want to rob.
So you believe religion promotes, morality and values.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this way: would you agree that the further back in U.S. history we go, the more religious this country was?
Yeah, the Crusaders. Yeah, I got a little bit where you're going at, but I understand what you're saying. But at the beginning of time, just like how
I'm talking about this country. Not how far back are you going?
I know. But what I'm trying to say is, with those religious people in back, they didn't understand and didn't know what morality was. They had to learn that over time.
What are you basing that on?
I'm basing it on society.
Wait. They're reading from the same Bible we are, and they don't know what morality is. Then why are you going to assume that people reading it today would know morality is? But the people who read it yesterday read the same passages. They didn't know.
No, they didn't, because the passages that they read back in the days, they were strictly enforced in different ways from how we are now. The way we are now, we're a little more complex, and our perception of life and reality is much different than what it was back in the days. Back in the days, it was a fight to live society. We had to fight for everything. Of course, slavery proved that. We lost in slavery.
But that's the point I'm trying to make, First Watch, is that...
I know.
Yeah, that does not make any sense. You're going to say that religion in schools would teach these kids morality and what's right and wrong, but you're going to tell me back in the 1700s, 1800s, early 1900s, up to about 1970, they're all reading this stuff, and it's not making them know what's the difference between right and wrong. There was more oppression and mistreatment of other human beings in America when we were very religious than there is now. And you're saying go back to that?
Right. I'm not saying going back to that, because back then we was ran by kings. We was ran in
but there was no king in America. What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about just America.
I'm talking about just America. This is happening in... Wait, hold on. This is happening in America. There's no need to bring up the Crusades or King. They're talking about putting Bibles in school in America. That's what we're focusing on, America, not other places on the planet.
I know, and I don't see anything wrong with that. You're asking me, and I'm trying to explain my concept of why I feel like back then it was different from what it is now. Back then it was okay for slavery. Now it's not okay for slavery. Back then it was okay to kill. Now it's not okay to
Why
kill.
would it be okay for that stuff if the Bible that they were reading from taught them morality? And you admit they were reading from the
Yeah.
Bible even more back then. Why would it be okay if this stuff teaches morality?
Yeah, because the Bible wasn't in existence at the time.
What?
That
When did the Bible become into existence?
which version you talking about? The King the King
The
James
one we read today in most churches. When did that become into existence? The New Testament or whatever.
Okay, well the New Testaments came. You know what, Tim?
You confusing me, yes.
Yeah.
You confusing the hell out of me and my guests. What are you trying to say? Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is I don't think that there's anything wrong with the schools having the Bibles. Okay?
All right.
That was it. There was a few other things that you were speaking on, but I see my time running out in the back, so maybe later on you can let me back up and we could finish talking.
All right. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for coming through.
All right. No problem. Hey, but it is one more thing that I want to say.
Real quick.
When you're talking about Biden and when you're talking about Trump. Okay, Trump lie all the time. Okay, we know that. Biden lie all the time. Now, the difference between Biden lies and Trump lies is everywhere Biden go, he tell everybody, hey, I was driving tractors. Hey, I was with the Spanish people. Hey, I had cancer. He say those things in order to get sentiment from people to think that he's a good guy.
You don't think Lincoln Riley is doing the same thing? Haitian migrants eating pets? You don't think that Trump is saying that to get sympathy?
Yeah, but that's not anything has to do with getting sympathy. It's a difference between.
Yeah, it is. You sympathize with what Lincoln Riley went through. You sympathize with what the citizens of Springfield are going through. It is to get sympathy.
I know, but you're speaking to people so that these things won't happen again.
Yeah, but if they're not happening to begin with, then you're lying, right?
What do you mean by that, Tim?
The Haitian migrants are eating pets in Springfield. If that's actually not happening, then he's lying, right?
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. I gotta go. Appreciate it. Anytime. And he said something. I was trying to clarify the whole notion about because he's not the only one in states bringing back the Bible and things like that in schools, and the Ten Commandments will teach children morality. I saw Gen X in the comments even said the same thing, and I always counter with what I was telling him, which is America used to be far more religious and devoted to Christ than it is now, and we had little to no morality during that period. So I'm always baffled why people would think in 2024, 2025 now, that bringing religions back will increase the likelihood of morality when there's a couple hundred years of doing it and it didn't do that. I don't know why do we think it's going to be different now than it was the first couple hundred years? I mean, we had strong religious ties in this country, and it was being used, whether it's to abuse kids, whether it's to oppress people, whether it's to limit the progression of women. It was used in awful ways. So why would we think after only maybe a few generations of a gap, I don't know, 1940s, 50s up to about now, a few generations, let's go back to that. It'll work this time. Based on what? I'd be curious to see that. Based on what? And by the way, we're not the only country that has tried to do this. And I don't know any country around the world where it's being used, where a deeply religious environment is being used in a positive manner. Most countries that are deeply religious do a lot of immoral shit. I mean, just take the Middle East into consideration. Very deeply religious countries all throughout the Middle East. And the amount of oppression and mistreatment is rampant. I mean, I'm baffled why people think that bringing back a religious culture will make everybody act right. If anything, it becomes a dominant religion, and all of the other religions are viewed as inferior or viewed as a fraud. I don't see it. Looking in the comments though, you're absolutely right, says Ocean. Yeah, I don't, war, just say what is very true. Yeah, I don't see it. There's no evidence of it. I don't know any deeply religious country where it's going very well. It's usually the opposite. Most of the freest countries on earth are not very religious at all. I mean, you go to Eastern Europe, Western Europe, for instance, Denmark, where we're talking about with Greenland now. Those countries, you free to do whatever the hell you want in most cases. Not a lot of religion there. Not a lot of religion there. I mean, the freer the country, usually it's the less they don't have a lot of religious orientation to them. I must say, us Gen X people, I must say, US or us Gen X people side, we not doing all that. I believe it went left on us. Alicia, I don't quite get what you're saying because of how that's written. The first line of attack against immorality is inside the family, not the church or school. I like that. I actually do believe bringing back the nuclear family and two-parent household is definitely probably the best way to ensure that future generations are brought up with morality in them is a two-parent household. I do believe raising kids with the notion that fathers are optional and we don't really needed that. That was a bad thing. A lot of the feminists, I don't need a man. I can do it on my own. And now what you have, that stuff started in the 70s and 80s. I don't need a man. I can do it on my own. Well, now that those kids have grown up, the ones that were products of single moms, the current women don't feel that they are good marriage material. So a lot of the current women now are walking around like, there ain't no good men left out here. Most of those dudes were raised by single moms. And you don't like the product that they produced. So, yeah, I do agree it starts in the home. I do believe you should do what you can to produce a two-parent household. But a lot of that's also going to start with capitalism. You can't have people working 24 hours a day. You're making people work on weekends. I mean, it's just too much of an effort chasing the almighty dollar to prevent. I mean, you can't even be home with your family on holidays anymore because the job requires you to work on a holiday, or you got to go to work on Black Friday to make sure people can buy cheap TVs. That's what has happened. You didn't used to do that. You used to work 9 to 5, as Dolly Parton once sang, and you spent the evenings at dinner with your kids. The weekends you could play catch and ball with your kids. You didn't have to work all of that. Only maybe if you were a civil servant or something like that, you worked on weekends. It wasn't a 24-hour, we got to sell people shit type society. Once you did that, you started breaking them home. Looking in the comments, we are way past dad working and mom holding the house down. Both are working. Yeah, but a lot of capitalism has a lot to do with that. Going to the box. Lewis, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. A lot of people were changing just before Prohibition. Then during Prohibition, it accelerated. You going back to the 1920s? I don't know. The two-parent household was pretty intact back then, was it not? I don't know. I think capitalism has a lot more to do with it. Everybody is putting the almighty dollar as a hierarchy to virtually everything. I mean, literally everything. We rank the dollar. I mean, think about it. It's the economy, stupid. As long as a politician can promise to put more money in your hands, you'll turn a blind eye to anything. We put money above every damn thing. People get sick. Well, who's going to pay for it? I ain't. I want my taxes to be lower. I mean, nobody gives a damn about anything but money. I think that capitalism has a lot to do with it. Willie Lynch is for all people in America, no matter what the race. Charles Vaughn. Let me go back to the box. Trump is showing that, says C. Osborne. We'll see. Let's try it again with Furback, I think that is. Good evening. Welcome to the program. A pimp. What's up, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Do you feel like we might be losing less freedoms? TikTok is getting banned potentially.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's been going on for a while. Like you said, like the last gentleman, the women haven't lost any rights. And I like the way you always put it. It's like, if you can't do it the same way you did it the day before, then you have it right infringed.
Yeah, I don't. But I will give him credit.
It's still infringement.
Yeah, it's definitely infringement, but I will give him credit. When I asked him the 2A example, he didn't see that as a loss of right either. And I'm like, every 2A supporter would definitely see that as being a loss of right. So he was consistent. But yeah, in my opinion, if you can do something today and you can no longer do it tomorrow, or it is significantly harder to do it tomorrow, there's no way to tell me that that's not a loss.
It is, you put it in words, but that I couldn't quite put it into. But I always use your example of big government. Without big government, me and you would probably still be in chains and shackles. You know what I mean? Things would be 100 times worse for us without big government.
Yeah, I say that all the time. Anytime you hear somebody saying states' rights, and I often say that in regards to people of color, the only way states' rights should sound like a good idea is if you ignore all the history. There is really no good examples that I can think of at all for people of color from a states' right perspective. It's virtually all bad. Like why would a person of color want to go back to a states' rights environment unless you just completely forgot about the entire history of the United States? Because anytime you hear somebody talking about states' rights, it's usually states' rights to take somebody's freedoms away. I don't want to serve gay people cakes, or I don't want to let these people, I don't want to let a woman have a right to choose, or I don't want to let these people marry each other. It's usually states' rights to take away freedoms. So I don't see why people of color favor it so much.
Yeah, I don't get it either, and really for anyone for that matter. I mean, because once you open that up, it's a state right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can say, hey, tomorrow, Tim, you can't come into this state because you're 1 inch over our requirements for a black man. You know what I mean? You're 6'6". If you were 6'5" and didn't wear your boots today, maybe try it tomorrow. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it can really go fucking crazy.
Yeah. Well, I think that the thing is people favor it because it's doing things in their favor. All of a sudden, if a state says, well, once you're in my state, you cannot openly carry a firearm or you can't have one at all, then they suddenly don't like states' rights. But as long as states' rights is there and and the states are only doing things that they're okay with, they're a big fan of states' rights. But you're right, it could go in any direction.
Well, I know I'm gonna butcher this, but it's that old saying, when they came from my neighbor, I said nothing. You know what I mean? When they came from the guy across the street, I didn't see a problem. But when they came from me, it was too fucking late. You know what I mean? So, and that's where I see it at. I'm not a big proponent or someone that disagrees with what a woman wants to do with her body. It's her fucking body. You know what I mean? And me, in a country of freedom, I don't give a fuck how much fentanyl you want to take. I mean, I just don't care in a country of freedom that shit should make any fucking kind of sense with trying to regulate morality in a fucking country of freedom. Like, it's a fucking oxymoron. I don't get it.
But what about what my last caller was saying, that putting the Bible in schools could promote morality? Because you mentioned morality. He's saying that, teaching, having the kids taught the Bible and things like that in the 10 Commandments could promote folks to be more moral growing up.
Maybe. Maybe you could give every kid a 2-shot Derringer and bullying will go down. I mean, what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? I could come back with anything that'll make things more moral. You know what I mean? Maybe we shouldn't elect fucking people for a high office that morality doesn't matter. I mean, if a Bible in a fucking school is going to make a difference, then why would a fucking person leading the free world wouldn't have any impact as well? I just don't understand the logic.
Yeah. Wow. All right, fair enough. So the TikTok possibly being banned. Do you see this app as a threat to national security at all?
The only threat it is that people can talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that would tie into loss of freedom. That would tie into loss of freedom.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. For all these people on the left and right, I'm going to call it right down the fucking middle. MSNBC gives you this. Fox gives you that. Well, you're on a fucking app where you can literally get what the fuck you want from people, your neighbors, out of the country, wherever the fuck else. And I think that's where the problem is. Because once you start thinking, then you can't be controlled.
So you can see one of the biggest problems our government may have with TikTok is not that it's a threat to national security, but it's a threat to political security, because the people can talk amongst themselves and get a lot more points across than just being fed propaganda from a few cable news networks and politicians.
Agreed. I
Yeah.
mean, I think our opportunistic leader of ours, he wasn't for it until he was for it because it benefited him.
That's a good point. He wasn't favorable to TikTok until he said his son told him that a lot of your voters came from TikTok, and then all of a sudden you're right. Once Trump realized that TikTok was working in his benefit, he actually was for it. But it seems like that's too late now because they look like they're going to ban it.
Yeah, but something else will come up, and they'll try to ban that too. You know what I mean? Like it that's why I say all the time, Tim, I don't give a shit about the border. I don't give a shit about a lot of shit over here that people argue about. Because if you look at the bigger fucking picture, this is a free country, and we're trying to fucking box ourselves in out of freedom. Like I don't give a fuck who wears a fucking dress. You want to build a fucking wall? I've told you before. Let them all in. I disagree with you. Like, I don't need to know who the fuck is here. I don't.
Really?
I really don't. I really don't.
So you would be okay with just completely open borders?
Yes, because what I learned in the numbers and the news and whatever the fuck they told me that it's the motherfuckers that's here. You know what I mean? It's the people that's here.
Yeah,
Those
but
the motherfuckers I need to worry about. When I go to a mall, I don't go looking for the guy with the cowboy boots and the fucked up accent to shoot the motherfucker up. You see what I'm saying? That's not the guy I'm worried about. It's the guy with the big ass AR and the fucking pulled up in the Maga wrapped 4x4. That's the guy.
damn.
That's who the fuck I got my eyes on. You know what I mean?
So you see more of a concern from Trump supporters as being domestic terrorists than anything coming across the southern border.
Yeah, to a degree, but I'm talking about Americans, period. You know what I mean? Trump supporter, okay, I can say that just to be, hyperbolic, but period. Us two.
I can't deny that, and I see the
apple pie eating Americans. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, I see. Maryland in the comments said folks in the comments, Maryland and Anthony saying you're definitely right. I definitely agree with you that the biggest threat to an American citizen is another American citizen. There's no, you talk about who's popped the school, or as you use the shopping mall example. It's overwhelmingly other Americans that's doing this. We can talk about Lincoln Riley and apartment complexes being taken over in Colorado, but overwhelmingly your enemy, if you are an American, is probably another American citizen, somebody that is born here. That is, I don't disagree with that.
And throughout time, it's always been that way. You know what I mean? It's always been that fucking way. So when I hear people get all dug in, like we need to vet these people coming across the fucking the borders and shit, okay. But we don't want to vet the fucking people that's going to go grab pew-pews and 1,000 rounds of ammunition.
We need to do that. We need to do that too, but the right ain't a big fan of that, but we need to do that too.
Well, if you're not doing that, then miss me with the bullshit that's coming across the border.
That's a good pushback.
We're not serious about it.
That's a good pushback.
About none of this shit. You know what I mean? That's why, I ruffle fellas on both sides, because I truly don't give a damn who's coming across that border. If I need my house fucking painted, and the guy that gets the commercial wants $2,000 more, and the guy that pulled up with a bucket and two fucking guys can do it, that's who the fuck I'm paying. That's the American way. It's capitalism. Come on, people, get on board.
I can't argue with what you're saying, but it don't sound good. Damn. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, but damn, it just does not make America sound like a good place at all. But you are telling the truth, though. I mean, there's not a lot to argue with that.
Well, I should get a vote for president then, right? Because we just had a fucking guy giving it up the same way.
No, you would get a vote for president if you felt the way you do, but you lied about that shit. That would help you out.
You're right.
Yeah.
What was I thinking? We don't deal with truths here too well, do we?
No, I think
Thanks for bringing me back down to fucking earth. I could have made a mistake too.
Yeah, all that fucking truth is bad for your political career, sir. I mean, keep all that true shit to yourself,
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, I where you and I disagree, I do believe that you should vet the people, even though I agree with you that there are bigger threats in this country. And certainly your argument about how the hell you gonna say we should vet foreigners coming in when you ain't even vetting Americans that are going out buying guns every day. That argument does not fall on deaf ears over here. I agree with that 100%. But just because you got an internal problem does not mean, in my opinion, you should turn a blind eye to external problems coming in as well. We do have internal problems, but piling on ain't gonna help nobody out. At least pay attention to what's coming in. I mean, so I disagree with you from that standpoint. I do believe we should vet those folks.
Yeah, I hear you, Tim. But you know, you just had to deal with car shit a few months ago. You know, you had some engine problems, right? If I remember the story right, something with your engine, right?
Yeah, well, I dealt with them. It was about a year ago, but yeah, it did happen. Yeah.
Okay, but so your engine's having issues, but you also got a flat tire. Which one is your bigger fucking issue?
The
That's
engine.
what I'm saying.
The engine, yeah. All right. All right. Well, you're not going to get that under the next administration. That would be something in the future because the next administration, they're targeting immigrants. So we'll see what happens. They're targeting immigrants to see, to vet and figure out who's coming in this country. They're more focused on immigrants.
Yeah, and anybody can be a fucking immigrant. You know, you look like a Haitian. You better not have a fucking feather on your head from your fucking jacket or something, because guess what? You was eating a duck yesterday or some shit. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is you open up one thing, it's just going to open up a whole lot of another. You know what I mean? I'm not safe. You're not safe. If you tan in Florida, you're probably not fucking safe, even though you're probably a white tea American, because anybody could be fucking questioned now. And that's crazy.
Yeah, and that is a problem. And when you made the reference to the duck, I mean, like, for instance, I like duck. Duck is fucking delicious. I like duck and goose. Kind of greasy, but I like it. But I think the issue with the Haitian migrants is you find something bad. If you don't like a group, you tend to look for something bad in that group so you can demonize the whole group. I always bring up how when you see African Americans on video, they run into a CVS and they grabbing all the damn things off the shelf. You look at the comment section, it's in their culture, usual suspects. But then all of a sudden when the police does something, well, it's just a bad apple. I mean, so I do believe that we do in this country find something bad from a group and use that to demonize the whole group. Black Lives Matter is another perfect example where you found out the folks that organized it mismanaged the money, and they use that to demonize everybody that's part of Black Lives Matter. But then, like I said, when it comes to the police, I don't care how many bad videos you see of cops, people keep sticking by, well, it's just one bad apple, or 99% of them are good. So we pick and choose when we want to demonize. And I don't see how we're going to get around that, because that's what happened with the Haitian migrants. I believe the overwhelming majority of them have never eaten a pet at all. But we found one over here. That would be like going in rural Louisiana or somewhere like that and finding one person that eats, some animal, or eating roadkill or something like that, and then trying to say that everybody in Louisiana picks up roadkill off the highway and takes it home. I mean, that's what they've kind of done. But with Trump, it's worked.
Yeah, and I mean, people, it's surface level. It's not just Maga or anyone else. We're in this instant, quick gratification society that we don't deep dive anymore. Nobody do eat decimals or any fucking thing anymore. You know what I mean? Nobody does the work. So don't say migrants in fucking Springfield. I guess the people of Springfield is not tweakers. Let's say these fucking people saved our town. They saved us. If I lived there in those conditions, I would give them a fucking cat. I wouldn't give a fuck because they fucking saved us. You see what I'm saying? Like the people there is like, shit, we these people saved our economy. Give them a fucking cat.
It's the leadership and the corporate heads of Springfield that say they saved the economy. The average person that's there is coming up with all the kind of excuses why they don't want them there. It's the leadership and the people that's making money off of them. The mayor and all of them are saying they saved the town, but you talk to the average citizen, they're making it sound like they don't want them there and they're harmful to the town. So they got a different opinion on that.
Well, yeah, you know how that goes. You know us growing up in the city. Every time there's something goes on, you see the guy that walks by with the briefcase and the suit. They don't have the microphone in front of him. It's usually the lady that got fucking hair rollers in her hair and the moo-moo on and doesn't speak so fucking eloquently. That's who they want to talk to about the situation. So I liken it to the same thing. And one more thing before I go, it's just funny that, in the 80s, Ryan White, we had all these issues with, AIDS and where it came from. And, in my opinion, people in the closet living double lives. But now people want to go fucking back and put them back in the closet.
Ooh.
This is not beneficial. Like, who gives? I want to see the dude in the dress. Okay, you wear a dress. And I'm sure the lady does too. instead of the guy in a suit that buries her and then go put on a dress at night when he's supposed to be in a meeting.
I agree that. Yeah, once you start outlawing stuff, the same thing with a woman's right to choose. Once you outlaw stuff, you don't make it go away. You make it go underground. And what you're saying is 100% true. If you start ostracizing members of the LGBTQ community, you don't make them go away. You make them go underground. So, like you said, folks that are in that community that live among us because they don't feel safe coming out, they're posing as other people. So they're sitting next to you posing as a straight person, and you don't know it anymore because you forced them underground. And yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Which in a sense is more dangerous than let's let them live their fucking life.
Mm.
That's why the evolution came to the point it was, because people understood, like, hey, let these people live. Because when they're not living their truth, we're all exposed to whatever the fuck they're doing.
And that's the same reason why they legalized abortion. I got to move it on, no fur. Appreciate it. Pimp, rather. Thank you.
As always, brother.
Appreciate it. Yeah. This is the same argument that folks use for going against gun ownership. If you ban guns, they'll just be able to find a gun on the street, and criminals always be able to have a gun. So they're admitting it when it comes to firearms, that if you ban them, you'll just create a black market and you won't stop it from happening. You just put it on the black market. But I don't know why the same folks that feel that way about guns think that banning abortion or limiting the rights of LGBTQ people will work. I mean, it should apply to that as well. That you're going to put those things on a black market. I think the war on drugs is a perfect example of how we took a really strong stance on outlawing drugs, and like nobody in this country had a hard time getting high. No one. So we had a 30-year war on drugs, and wasn't like anybody in this country had a hard time getting high. And I do believe that if Trump secures the border, fentanyl will still be around. I mean, it's just too much money to be made. The problem ain't necessarily the drug, it's the fact that there are too many Americans making a killing off of that shit. I don't think you're going to get rid of it, but Trump is trying. Looking in the comments, we'll start it right out with Will saying Trump ain't shit. Says, wonder how they will play Trump's travel schedule since a lot of countries don't always allow felons into their countries. That is something interesting. That with Trump having 34 felonies, now I know when I used to travel overseas, if you got a felony, they don't let you in certain countries. I think Snoop Dogg got banned from countries. Who was going to Australia recently? I forgot who it was. And they were denied entry. They had a whole tour planned, and they were denied entry to that country. I mean, a lot of countries, first world countries, do not let you in their country if you have a felony. All of this witch hunt shit don't matter to them. They're not about to go and rehash or relitigate your case. You either have felonies or you don't. I mean, you're the president of this country, and your own people gave you 34 felonies. I don't want you over here. Ain't that what we kind of telling the immigrants? You went to jail in Venezuela? Your own people locked you up? Well, I don't want you in America. I mean, so that argument could be used against President Trump. And I'm assuming a hell of a lot of them Venezuelans would tell you that their criminal convictions were a witch hunt. We don't give a damn about that. You were in prison in Venezuela. You got locked up by your own people. We're not going to fuck around with you. We don't want to trust having you in here. Well, that could really apply to Trump because he did receive those 34 felonies from members of his own country. Could be interesting. I don't know if anybody will do it, but that is a great question. Like, how is his travel schedule going to be? Aren't felons prohibited from being around guns and all? I mean, he is breaking all of the rules that generally govern a felon. You know, you can't leave the state without getting permission. Well, they gave him no conditions, so that helped out a lot. But have we ever had a felon in U.S. history that got no conditions after a conviction? I mean, say what you want about Trump. One thing you cannot say is he's not privileged. He's getting all sorts of privileges and shit that the average person would not get. I don't care how much you think the case is a witch hunt. There's a lot of felons that have been convicted, done time. Some are even still in jail due to witch hunts. They didn't get all of the benefits he got. I mean, he's not the first American to be the victim of a witch hunt, even if that's the case. He's not the first American to be the victim of a weaponized justice system, if that's the case. He's just the first one to have all those privileges. Looking in the comments, true wealthy people get benefits. That is true, Fancy. He has gotten a lot of benefits. But he makes it sound like he's a victim, though. Like, dude, do you know what a victim really looks like? I mean, you got 10 contempt of court convictions. I mean, the judge found you guilty of contempt of court 10 times. Like, do you really know what a victim looked like? I mean, this ain't what victimhood looked like, if I'm correct. We all know whether people of Springfield don't want the Haitians there. There are brown and hardworking. They don't want oil to poison the water system. Well, I think the people in Springfield just don't like the fact that they're different people. But the businesses they're working for say that they're hardworking people. They're not there getting a bunch of welfare and free money and all of that shit. They come there, they get a little bit of government assistance in the beginning, they get a job and they get cut from it, and then they start working. But the way, and by the way, I'll say this too, because I hear a lot of folks they always push back and say, well, yeah, they do eat these animals as part of their culture and things like that. We've had Haitians in this country for generations. There's little Haiti down in Florida. I think they said there's 500,000 of them in Florida. There's a few 100,000 of them that live in the New York area. I had never heard people in America say that it was the Haitian culture to eat pets until Trump said that. And then all of a sudden, people started producing all these photos. Why wasn't this rumor orbiting? I mean, there's a lot of them here. Why wasn't this orbiting around them before Trump said that? I don't recall a bunch of people in Florida saying their pets are disappearing or saying it in New York. So, yeah, I still believe that was false, but a lot of my Trump supporters believe otherwise. Trump should have gotten the black side of the menu of the justice system. That wasn't going to happen. Let me go back to the box. Continue on with the program. Unapologetic. Good evening. Welcome to the show. TikTok, a threat to national security. Now, there's a lot of folks, and by the way, tap the screen, folks. Get me on that to about 20,000. Is that possible? Tap the screen, show the program some love, get the likes up. What about the folks? There's a lot of folks that actually make income from TikTok. I get a few supporters on the program every now and then. You don't see a bunch of galaxies and shit popping up when I'm talking, but a lot of people do make decent wages on TikTok. So is he going to replace it? What do you think, Unapologetic? A threat to national security? What say you?
TikTok?
Yeah.
Is it a threat to national security? No. I think that, like I tell you all the time, threat to our national security is MAGA women and white people.
Wait. MAGA women are a threat to national security. How?
Yeah, they're rabid. Look at the MAGA women.
How are MAGA? I got MAGA women in the audience. How are MAGA women a threat to national security?
Most of the problems that we're going through is because of MAGA women. If everybody remembers, we went through C-19. All these MAGA women had to stay at home with their kids and
MAGA
because they couldn't go to work. And they just fed up on this internet. And then when the country opened back up, fucking let these rabbit ass MAGA women out. And now they want to check they want to check your genitalia.
Oh my God.
Moms of Liberty walking around with their little moo-moo dresses, trying to pass legislation to stop abortion rights. Just the MAGA women going crazy. And the men, like I said, the weak MAGA men, same men who boosted, Ashley Babbitt into the window, they just following with the little rabbit-ass MAGA women.
Do you have a problem with MAGA?
No, MAGA women. I'm terrified of them. These women are crazy. They don't like anything. They don't like peanut butter, jam. They don't want Jemima and Uncle Ben back on their shelves. They get crazy, man. Think about it. They get back to they telling black people, like, we want you back on our shelves and our refrigerators. We don't want you in our boardrooms. We don't like diversity. Even though diversity means white women and handicap and immigrants. And, diversity means a lot. But they hear DEI, they think, No, I don't want black people again to have my jobs. And
So what are you
you know,
saying,
they
MAGA?
just
What are
like
you
I
saying,
said,
MAGA women got an issue with people of color?
any people of color, yeah, any damn color, brown, tan, a little olive. They don't like any. If you don't look like Moms of Liberty, if you don't look like the Daughters of Confederacy, if you don't align with either their religious or their ideologies, they go rabbit on you. They snap at your head. They start getting legislation passed. And like, look, this is what we're going through right now. We have a regression state because MAGA women came off of C-19 restrictions, and these heifers went around the country going crazy.
Damn. I don't know if I see MAGA. I mean, man, you paint an awful picture of MAGA women. Then if MAGA women are that bad, why did so many Hispanic men, because Trump won the Hispanic male vote, why did so many Hispanic men side with MAGA women?
Religion, like I said, they take their ass, their wife tell them to get up, you're not watching football, get your ass, you're going to church with us, and they believe in, well, they're pro-forcing women to have kids. They're not pro-life. They think they're pro-life, but it was about religion, if you notice. That's why they voted, the abortion ban. You ask any person, Latino, Hispanic, even Ecuadorian, Bolivian.
Religion is
America,
religion is a strong part of the abortion ban. I do agree with that. Wow.
Yeah. Also, they asses don't know the true meaning of communism and socialism. And they say they always, you notice they always say like, "Oh, I came from a communistic country," and like, what communist? Ain't no communism countries in the fucking world. We've never seen a true communism country. So for them to come here and they hear the word liberal and they think it's bad, which is. It's just weird that like people don't know definition.
Well, it ain't liberal they running from. They running from socialism. They running from like the Cubans. They believe that the Democrats want to do the same thing to them that the Castros did, where they took all their property and all of that and made it a government ran country. And the right has the Cuban refugees and immigrants in this country believing that if you vote in the Democratic leadership, they're gonna do the same thing to you as Castro did. So they're running from that. They're running from socialism. And a lot of Venezuelan immigrants think the same thing too. They're telling them that if you vote for Democrats, they're going to do the same thing that Hugo Chavez, who used to be the leader down there before he passed away in Venezuela. So people do believe that.
Yeah, I told you. This is some MAGA women. They just be chomping at just ridiculous ideologies and rhetorics, and they pump this shit into the media. If you notice, the most radicalized people on the internet right now in these social medias are most of the women. It's the hardcore women like the Candace Owens and Megan Kelly's, and they are going hard. These MAGA women, they need to be stopped. They need to be taken down. I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah, I was watching. I've been watching some Megan Kelly recently. I didn't realize how popular she had gotten. Like, wow, she's doing way better than she was doing at Fox. Like Megan Kelly, her support among right wingers is. I mean, she got like 3 million 3 million followers on YouTube. That's huge. Like, wow. I don't know what made her so popular.
It's the idea of losing their kids, losing their jobs, losing their neighborhoods, they think they're losing something right now. And like I said, it makes them feel like this victim mentality they have, that everything is being taken from us. We got to share, and people are being woke. This is the only damn generation of people I know, women, that scream out like, "Put me to sleep. I don't want to be woke." Like, who says that? Who screams that shit? Put me to sleep. I don't want to be woke. What type of shit is this?
But there is you mentioned about I don't want to share. There is some validity to that. If you have everything and you're being forced to share, you do have less. I mean, like I used to say, like I said something on the program. If I want to go and become a police chief, and I put in for the job, and I know I only got to compete with people that look like me today, but starting tomorrow, I got to compete with people that look like everybody. That is a downgrade. I mean, that is a downgrade. I mean, I got to share this position, the possibility of getting it with everybody. Whereas yesterday, it was only people that looked like me that could even qualify. It is a downgrade.
I don't see it as a downgrade when our society are trying to find the most qualified people in the best position.
No, it's not a downgrade to society. It's not a downgrade to society. It's not a downgrade to freedom. It's not a downgrade to doing what's right. But it is a downgrade to that person.
Yeah, in their perception.
It's a
Yeah.
downgrade. But again, we've getting out of that. Because I remember when we was growing up, competition was great. But I also grew up where we had trades also in school, where we had carpentry, welding, and wood class, wood
Yeah.
shop, and all that.
Me too. Yeah.
So it was kind of a heads up when we left out of high school. We already had kind of our feet on the ground moving with trades, and now when everything is capitalized and we have to compete, instead of people saying like, well, I have to do better, I need to go back to school, or I need to do better in life, we just step down on somebody who's less fortunate than us. You know, I got a degree, so I'm going to stump down on somebody who only has a high school diploma and been working at a factory forever. I don't want to see that person.
That ain't MAGA. That ain't MAGA women. Yeah, but that ain't MAGA women that do that. That's tend to be more on the left, because the left is where all of the degrees are.
MAGA women has to promote that, because they men are not getting those jobs anymore. They husbands aren't getting those jobs off of those merits anymore. Their husbands aren't qualified anymore. Jim Joe Bob graduated high school in '98, and that motherfucker ain't went to school since. So you know he's not qualified for it. So that's what I said. MAGA women see their houses, their trailers they're not putting new extensions on their trailers. Their farms is getting running. Look, they mad, Tim. I'm telling you, see these MAGA women? Who's in the leader of the marches? When it came to All Lives Matter, White Lives Matter, Moms to Liberty, Daughter of Confederacies, when it comes to the legislation being pushed, you think MTG? How do you think MTG is more popular than people like Matt Gaetz and Ron DeSantis? These MAGA women are rabid, man. I'm telling you, they need their shots.
I gotta go. Oh my God. All right. You definitely lived up to your name, unapologetic black man. 100%. Thanks for coming through, man. I appreciate it.
All right, happy
All
Sunday.
right. MAGA women are rabid. They need their shots. I don't hear, I mean, Jesus Christ. I'll leave it alone with that one. God damn. Continuing on to program though. I'll make sure I didn't miss out on that. I've never heard that before. That one really caught me by surprise. These MAGA women need their shots. Jesus Christ. Real quick on the, what is this? And I see a bunch of, that's not racism, that's bigotry. Racism is a large systemic component. I don't agree with that, Peter. I think you can be racist without having a large systemic component. You can just have let's say you got your own business. Let's take someone like a well-known producer like Tyler Perry. You know, he makes movies and things like that. If he refused to hire white actors, that ain't just bigotry, that's racism. I mean, and it wouldn't be systemic, it would just be, him doing it with his business. I don't think he has to be systemic. When I was active duty, I never thought there was racism in the Army until my friend got pissed off because he seen a perfect sister girl walking with a white boy. Ooh, so your friend was racist? Jing, you say your friend saw a very attractive black woman walking with a white guy, and your friend couldn't handle it? To me, that would be closer to the bigotry thing. He's not affecting her life at all. He just don't like what he sees, but all right. Wearing a blackface is offensive, and that's why Megyn Kelly lost her job. She's a bent MAGA, just like the caller was saying. Well, Trump said some pretty awful things about Megyn Kelly when she moderated one of his debates back in 2016. But a lot of these folks do realize that it is politically and financially advantageous to be on the Trump train. I'm working on a video right now of Bill O'Reilly. He has a book out called Confronting the Presidents. He talks about all the presidents. And one of the things he said about the late Jimmy Carter, he said this on YouTube, and I'm going to use the video in my video. But he talks about, Jimmy Carter, why he was a terrible president. He believed Jimmy Carter was a genuinely honest man. And he says, but unlike President Biden. And he says also Obama was not honest. And then he said, but Trump, it was a different story. And in the video, I'm going to ask that, like, what the hell does that mean? Either you're honest or you're not. But Bill O'Reilly is a close friend with Trump. And once again, he too has a large audience of MAGA. So he avoids criticizing. I mean, you can like Trump without trying to pretend like he doesn't tell lies. It's a different story. Either the guy's honest or he's not. Different story, doesn't say anything. So, some of these pundits and talking heads on social media, I don't know if they truly feel as favorable to Trump as they are acting. I think it's more along the lines it's going to benefit them. Dana Perino on Fox News is another one. I don't think she's a big Trump fan, but she would not survive on Fox News if she started criticizing him. Because she did criticize him back in the 2015 days. And of course, she worked for George W. Bush. She's a close friend to the Bush family because she was the spokesperson for the Bush family or the Bush administration. But you're not going to criticize Trump and maintain your position. So I do believe some of them folks are not big Trump. I'm certain that Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham are not big Trump fans. I'm 100% certain of that. There's too many quotes from them that say otherwise. But, you know, Ted Cruz, they would get rid of Ted Cruz in Texas like that if Trump started speaking against them. And Lindsey Graham absolutely would be gone. So they ride Trump's coattails because they're going to make a ton of money by doing so. Looking in the comments, Tucker Carlson also criticized Trump a while ago. Yeah. And they come back home. Because if they don't change their level of criticism for Trump, I don't know any member of the Republican Party that Trump couldn't snap his fingers and make disappear almost overnight. You see what happened to Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney. I mean, overnight, well-respected Republicans, highly respected. Mitt Romney was promoted to the highest level of the Republican Party that you can get. He was the Republican nominee for president. Same thing with John McCain. If Trump snaps his fingers, that party does not like you anymore. I don't know any member of that party right now that could survive, that type of an onslaught from Trump. If he says you're a bad person and you need to go, I can't think of anybody in that party that the right would stay favorable to if he said that. Elon Musk is maybe getting there to the point where he might. Even though Elon Musk just is, he bought his way in. J.D. Vance would be gone overnight. If Trump started having problems out of J.D. Vance, he would be just like Mike Pence. I don't know any member of that party that could survive Trump. Looking in the comments, called him a demonic force, then kissed the ring. Yeah, a lot of them did that. I mean, look at all the stuff they were saying on January 6th. By January 8th, they were all speaking favorably again, or they started shutting their mouths. So what does that tell you about this cult behavior, Tim? Michael, I didn't say that. You did. Real quick, looking in the comment section. I don't know what I just hit there. I don't have any, cult behavior, you want to call it that. I've never seen it before where one man has that much power. I think Kanye West in a song, one man should not have all that power or something like that. I don't know how to speak on that. But yeah, I don't know any member of the Republican Party, no matter how well they are respected, like Ron DeSanctimonious, which was a rock star among Republicans. He went up against Trump and he started losing fast. All of a sudden, his criticism of Disney and stuff started coming out. Nikki Haley suddenly became, what is her, Nimrata, whatever the hell her actual name. I mean, they started not liking her. So I don't know any member of the Republican Party that could survive an attack from Trump if he really meant that you're done. Biden's people hide his dementia for years. What you say about that? I say that what you're saying is 100% true. That the folks orbiting around Biden were lying about his condition. But I will say this, in terms of being a cult member or a sheep or something of that nature, the Democrat Party, in terms of the citizens, the voters, people like me, because I was defending Biden, I was defending him. The Democrat Party was not defending Biden from a sheep-like stance. They truly believed the guy was able to do it. Because after June 27th, the Democrat Party, once they actually got visual confirmation that he was not there, started falling apart. So they weren't cult-like. They were believing something that once they saw evidence of, went away. You started having Democrats all over the place like, this dude can't do this. But they were hiding Biden. They were kind of like hiding him in plain sight. He wasn't doing a lot of interviews. He was not in a lot of positions where you could really find out. And once he got up there with Trump with his mouth wide open like he didn't know where he was at, and he's talking about shit he's not even been asked about, The Democrats did not stay on the Biden gravy train. I mean, you had Democratic supporters pulling out, which is what Nancy Pelosi had to go back and tell them, like, you're not even going to get donations anymore. You got a lot of big donors that they're pulling out. So yeah, the Democrats are a little bit different on that, at least from that standpoint. And Johnny says, I'm not buying that. Let me know what part of that you don't buy. I mean, it happened. At first watch, I agree, a lie is a lie. But the difference is once you find out you're being lied to, how do you act? That's the difference. Once the Democrats found out that they were being lied to about Biden's cognitive abilities, they jumped ship. I don't think that happens with Trump. When they find out he's not being honest about stuff, they just go on to something else. It's a difference there. That's the difference I'm talking about. The Democrats jumped ship from Biden. Everybody from remember the guy that Biden told, vote for me or you ain't black? Charlamagne, the God of the Breakfast Club. Even he was, after that June 27 debate, like they need to get rid of this dude. Plenty of Democrats were saying they need to get rid of this guy. You don't hear Republicans saying they need to get rid of Trump no matter what comes out. No matter what comes out, they're not saying it. So there is somewhat of a difference. Certainly when sexual allegations come up against Democrats, they need to get rid of these guys. When they come up against Trump, the women are lying. So there is some difference. It was obvious on several occasions dating back to about 2022. Well, Chris, I will say this in regards to Biden's cognitive abilities, and you say it was obvious that he was out going back to 2022. I think some of that is because we were being constantly told by Trump, sleepy Joe Biden, and how bad he is. We were focusing on Biden, where you say it's obvious going back to 2022. Whereas if Trump is on TV, drinking water with two hands, talking about sharks and Hannibal. I mean, Trump wasn't, talking about defending aircraft during the Civil War, which is about 100 years before the invention of the airplane. We were, he just messed up. But we were actually looking at Biden as this stuff shows that he's fucked up in the head. But when Trump does it, Trump has did things too. I'm just going to say that Trump ain't perfect in this area as well. We just kind of give him a pass, and we were holding Biden accountable. So Biden's gone now. And you can probably expect the Democrats to return the favor in kind by now pointing out all of the shit that shows that Trump is getting old. And between now and 4 more years, there's going to be some things on Trump as well. I mean, the guy's in his early 80s, so it ain't like everybody don't live to be 80. So the chances of you seeing some mental decline out of Trump are probably high. And the left ain't going to take it easy on him after what he just did. Actors on stage in costumes. Tim, I know how you feel about this. You believe that half of the Democratic Party are not even alive. So when you say actors on stage in costumes, I already know you don't believe Biden is alive. You don't believe Hillary Clinton is no longer with us. You don't believe Nancy Pelosi is there. Shit, you believe most of the prominent Democrats are dead. So I'll leave it at that. But like I said, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We do let people speak, and we often have Timmy on the program. Arsha, good evening. Welcome to the show. There should be term limits. Yeah, you're not going to get term limits, but I agree there should be, Fancy. I agree 100%. Arsha.
Hey.
Are you a MAGA woman?
Oh, God, no.
I was told to be on the lookout for MAGA women.
No, I had my shots. I'm good. I love unapologetic. Man, he cracks me up. I can just sit. I've been on his a few times. It's good to see that he's back. I know he's been, taken down a few times by the TikTok gods. But
do you buy what he's saying that MAGA women are? Do you buy what he was saying about MAGA women altogether? Do you see any?
I was laughing at what he was saying about, but I do as far as the Daughters of the Confederacy and the Women of the Liberty, all these people trying to ban things and go into the library. Like, oh my goodness sakes! Like, reading is knowledge, and it's okay. I mean, why are you banning Maya Angelou and, Toni Morrison. And I mean, there's some great literature out there. It's going to get to the point where, I mean, shoot, what's going to happen next? Dr. Seuss is going to be gone?
So,
I don't know.
so on that mindset, do you see us in this country as possibly losing freedoms?
We already have.
Give me
in some states.
Give me some examples.
Well, if you're a woman, if you're a woman and you live in Texas, or if you're a woman and you live in, Louisiana or Florida or, some of these states, you don't have the freedom for your own reproductive rights. So yeah, it depends on where you live.
Okay, so from a woman's aspect, I mean, but any other ones? And I've seen the comments before you continue, Arsha. Fancy says, yeah, MAGA women are all dumpy and frumpy. That absolutely is not true. If you watch right-wing media, they handpick very attractive women. That's what kind of started me out with Fox News back in the early 2000s. Them women were gorgeous. Go ahead.
And Fancy Prancy is being sarcastic about that. I'm not saying that MAGA women are all, I would not agree with that at all. But I want to get off the MAGA women thing. What's the
that is what we're talking. We're not talking about MAGA women, but we are talking about the potential for loss of freedoms. Certainly, with TikTok now being viewed as a threat to national security, we may lose that. You mentioned women. I don't like the fact that they've taken adult entertainment sites down, like Pornhub in a whole bunch of states. We're talking about, as you brought up, the Sisters of Liberty or whatever. Their books being banned in certain schools. LGBTQ folks definitely feel like they're going backwards, and also religion in schools. So that's what we're asking. Do you feel like we're losing rights?
Yes.
Do you think under Trump, maybe we'll start gaining some of them back?
Depends on who you are. If you're LGBT or transgender, probably not. If you are a white male, definitely so. Women are a part of DEI, no matter what, that's the thing that I don't think people understand. When affirmative action got, taken off, the Supreme Court removed that. Women, the amount of white women being enrolled in MIT, Harvard, all these places dramatically dropped.
I've heard that before.
And YT women were some of the most, started going to college and university and getting degrees at a much higher rate than YT men. And now it's dropping. I know that MIT has made some reports in Harvard that they're concerned about this. Now, guess who's, and that's because there's somebody in the office and the admissions choosing, your fate is in somebody's hands. And if they decide that they don't want to, DEI is there for a reason. It's helped YT women more than any other demographic.
I've heard that. So is it kind of like James Brown? This is a man's world, that we're going in a direction where things will be more favorable for men?
Possibly, yeah. Especially when Donald Trump, says out loud, the discrimination against YT men, which I don't know what rights any YT man has ever lost. You've never been oppressed. They've never. Yeah,
it is something I've heard. I have heard him say things like that. That America has began to be discriminatory towards white people. And I think he said something like that, and under my watch, it can't happen. And I'm with you. I don't know in what area.
Hold on. I'm a Black woman married to a YT man. My husband will tell you 100%, he still has it better than me. He has not lost a single. He does not feel that he's lost anything with DEI. If anything, he said that he has a better workplace because of it. And he's a general manager. So, he runs a resort. So, it's good to have diversity, equity, and inclusion, because then you're going to get the best workers all around instead of just the ones that are always named Steven.
And I'm hoping your husband ain't named Steven. Now he said one of my viewers said they just crying because they aren't sitting at the tippy top anymore. Is you see any validity in that? Where that is where some of the outcry is coming from, where you don't have control of everything no more, so now you're not happy because you're in a position of equality as opposed to superiority.
Well, yeah, I mean, equality doesn't mean you're going to lose anything. Like, example, the Marriage Equality Act, right? Did heterosexual people lose anything
No.
by homosexuals being able to get married? No, I still my wedding was fine. I didn't lose anything. People made my cakes. I was good.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You don't lose anything.
Yeah, I mean, when Black people or people of color were able to go to the into the same restaurants and sit at the same tables and go to the same churches as YT people, did YT people lose anything? No.
Well, now you got to compete with them. Like, say, for instance, you want to rent a church for a wedding or some type of ceremony. Well, now I only used to be able to have to compete with other white people. Now I got to compete with all these Negroes. So now the churches are telling me they're filled up on Sunday. Normally would have been a lot more of them available because I got to compete. That's where I see the issue is. It's that when you got superiority, you got a higher likelihood, the statistical probability of getting jobs and positions and contracts is going to be higher when you're only competing against whites. But now when you're competing against everybody, the level of competition is higher.
Tim, what Black couple is going to go get married in a white church? You know that music's not good in there. They're going to all fall asleep.
I don't know about that.
I mean, at the end of the day, again, aren't we a capitalistic society? Don't we want to have competition?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I'm just simply saying
Again,
that.
I just think when you allow everybody to have an opportunity on the same playing field, it doesn't mean that your opportunity goes away. It's just the pool is larger. Instead of just only having goldfish in the pool, and now you have different colored goldfish in the pool, it doesn't mean that it just doesn't. I mean, I get it. People always think that they're losing something when other people have the ability to have the same thing, but that's just, in my opinion,
Yeah. So what do you think? Go ahead.
A mindset of just not wanting to share, and then you're going to start claiming victimhood. Like, I don't like the fact that it just bothers. I think it's nonsense.
All right, fair enough. So before I'm moving on, what do you think? You think this app is a threat to national security?
Well, from what I've okay, China doesn't allow Instagram.
Now, wait, but before you go into a spiel about China, I had a viewer say that China has nothing to do with it. That this is not controlled by China, it's owned by Singaporeans. And I mean, I had a viewer come on the show and say, that's just a talking point, and China's not connected to this.
Well, Congress passed it for a certain reason. They think it's a national security issue. I mean, could China, or whatever the company is outside of an American company, use our information and data to do something against us? Possibly. I mean, if you have a country that's not going to allow our social media platforms into their country due to national security,
Yeah. I get it,
Am I personally worried about, my videos and my things like that, getting in the hands of the Chinese? I don't care, or anybody. I don't care. But again, I don't work in national security. I don't know what it is that they see. I don't. Yeah. But when Donald Trump comes in, he can choose to not have his administration enforce it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the problem I have with it is this. I mean, there's a lot of Americans you see all over the app that make money off of TikTok. Like I said, I don't make much off of TikTok at all, but there are people who do make a real decent side hustle from TikTok. And so if you ban TikTok, a lot of folks are, stay-at-home moms and people like that. Certainly attractive women are all over TikTok, flashing titties and shit. I mean, they're making money off of it. So if you get rid of that, in addition to me not,
you can. I thought that was an OnlyFans thing. I didn't know you could flash your hoo-ha.
Well, you don't show everything. You don't show everything.
I was
Yeah.
like, come on, Tim.
You don't show every. I mean, you can show a few nipple prints and camel toes though. But I mean, the thing about it is though, there are people that watch that stuff, and there are women that are profiting from it. But there's a whole, people do what I'm doing, for instance, and profit from it. So there are
Right.
people that make a good profit. And if you're getting rid of TikTok, you're getting rid of a source of income for a lot of Americans.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I get it. And it's a great way to like find community. People like to post and listen. Again, you're here. So it's nice to be able to get on as a community with different points of view and have civilized conversation, as you like to say. So that would definitely be missed. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm trying. I am.
Is my life going to be ruined? Mine personally, no. Am
Right.
I probably going to be on my phone less? Probably, but I don't do Facebook or Instagram, so it's not, or X.
Right. And
I
I'm
don't have
trying
that.
to figure out a way myself because I enjoy speaking with folks, and I cannot do that over YouTube. I can talk to them via text, which I often do, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out a way myself for if TikTok is gone, how to do a political program and still be able to take callers because right now there's no way to. I assume that if TikTok is taken down, other social media platforms will step up and fill in the void and start running their platforms in ways that TikTok was ran. So it probably, with both Trump and Elon Musk being social media giants themselves, I don't see why won't they potentially consider re-engineering a TikTok knockoff?
Well, Elon Musk is always constantly talking about free speech and being against censorship, but he censors his app more than
Does he?
Facebook ever did.
Does he really? X? He censors?
Yeah.
How? What does he do?
Well, I mean, he doesn't promote. I mean, I've had so many friends that left X because their stuff will be taken down. Twitter, since he came into his thing, he's just very, he doesn't
He's
like
far
a lot of
right.
stuff.
He is
It's
far
bad.
right. That is definitely
Yeah.
true. He is certainly a
Yeah.
far right person. So I
Yeah.
haven't heard that he was censoring folks on X, but I know X has become exactly the opposite of what he was speaking out against. They believe that Twitter was limiting and too much of the woke culture going way too far to the left. He purchased Twitter, changed it to X, and all he did was made it a far right site. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just on the other side. He didn't make that a site that is, like a site for all. It's a far
No,
right site now.
It's definitely not balanced.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know, but I guess if him and Trump get together, then we would probably have a far right version of TikTok as well, because they're going to do what's in their best interest. We already kind of know that, but somebody out there should be able to re-engineer and create another version of TikTok if this one goes down. Hopefully, so we'll see. But I got to move it on, Arsha. Go ahead.
We're gonna find out for the next 4 years what it's like to be ran by a bunch of rich men. So hold on to your pocketbooks, people.
That's scary because rich men don't normally do a lot for regular folks. That's scary.
Oh hell no! Do you think that? No, they do not.
All right, no disagreement. Thank you, Arsha. Appreciate it. And I've said that before in the program with Trump putting so many billionaires on his administration. Billionaires do not have a lengthy history of being known of doing for a lot, doing for the average man. They just don't. So if Trump's administration does, that would be the first time I've seen it. Maybe he'll accomplish it, but I'm not, I can't think of a bunch of times where billionaires are known for, they just aren't known for doing anything other than enriching themselves even more. But maybe Trump's administration will be different. The DEI will come crumbling down, says Norm Durkin. I don't think it will, Norm. I hate to go into my long spiel about how I feel that DEI has always been part of American culture, but your comment kind of warrants it. You're saying that when Trump gets in, the DEI will come crumbling down. I always bring up that, because the DEI is supposedly, you didn't earn the position you're in. You got into this place of power, or you got this job because of who, your skin color, or because you're a woman. And that's supposed, they said that about Kamala Harris. The only reason why she got that job is because she's a woman or she's a person of color, and that's DEI. And I always bring up that for most of America's history, you knew the next mayor or the next, the next school principal or the next guy who headed the park district. You knew that guy was going to be a white. You knew it was going to be a white male. You knew that already. For literally the first couple hundred years we were a country, you knew the next person to become the Supreme Court judge. It was going to be a white male. So I don't see how DEI has become such a major issue when somebody of color is getting it. It's always been that way. So when you say that DEI is going to come crumbling down, no, I think it might go back to the way we used to recognize it before we actually called it DEI. I think it's more of a chance of that happening. You're not going to get rid of DEI. You're just going to go back to probably what you used to have, where you kind of know the next person is going to be a white male. That's most of this country's history. I don't care what it was, a television producer you just knew that job is going to be replaced by a white man. That's DEI. Doesn't matter how talented a female is in the military, she's not going to get the promotion. They're not going to hire. It's going to be a white dude. You already know that. So that's DEI. We just didn't call it. The most people as a whole who help folks is the lower middle class. I believe that. I do believe that. DEI for white men says nothing to hear. Yeah, that's what it was. We just didn't call it DEI. It's always been there. It didn't become a problem. What's DEI? DEI, the acronym stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So you're trying to make an environment diverse. You're trying to promote equity. You're trying to promote inclusion, which is exactly what a non-diverse environment is all about. You could look at Trump's administration, for instance, and say you need more diversity, more equity, and more inclusion, because most of his administration is white men. You could say that there, but that is the belief that these people of color and some of these women are not actually earning the jobs they're getting. They're only getting it because they're a person of color or because they are a woman. And that's my counter argument, is that's what we used to do for white males. You got 47 presidents and 46 of them are white dudes. You think that just happened naturally? You don't think nobody else in America, for all of its history, had the capabilities of leading this country? Only white dudes. No, you couldn't find a decent white woman or a decent, black man. Nobody else had the capabilities. Just all white dudes for 250 years. You don't think that some DEI is involved in that? Will says there are other platforms like TikTok, they just not well known and have many glitches. Well, it will be a huge financial incentive if TikTok goes away to make those platforms better. I think if TikTok does go, you'll get something very similar very quick, because there's a ton of money to be made. Anytime there's money involved, people have an incentive to do better. Once TikTok is out, somebody's going to fill that void in. I really believe it. You need a good Latino president. Have some fun for once. I think Obama was a fun guy. I think Bill Clinton with the saxophone. Bill Clinton was I guess I'm taking it from a standpoint of you need to lighten up. Don't be so stuck up all the time. Bill Clinton was a lighten up kind of guy. I think John F. Kennedy was kind of like that. There's some. You don't just need Latin, but I get the point you're making. I'm assuming there's plenty of Hispanics that are stuck up too, though. What will you say when anarchy comes down and breaks down your front door? From fuck it. Why are you suggesting anarchy is about to happen? Isn't Trump pro law enforcement, backs the blue, pro police? He's talking about expanding the power of the police. So there goes the anarchy part. There is not more women in Trump's cabinet than any. There is not more women in Trump's cabinet than any other. That's laughable. Who said there were more women in Trump's cabinet? I didn't. Or maybe somebody in the comments said it. That's right. Bill had a good time. Yeah, Bill was. Bill was. He was a down to earth kind of guy. Now you're talking about he had a good time in regards to Monica Lewinsky, but the only difference between between Trump and Bill Clinton is Bill Clinton just happened to do it while he was in office and got caught. I mean, if Trump was, if while Trump was president, if he was Bill Clinton's age at the same, yeah, Trump would have been doing the same shit. I mean, Trump is way older. When Bill Clinton was actually in the White House, what was he, probably in his 50s? Trump was incredibly active back then. Trump would have had hoes. I mean, I'm just gonna come out and say it flat out like it is. If Trump was president in his 50s, he would have had plenty of hoes hanging around. I mean, he was real busy back then. So same difference, same difference. You can't say that liberal. There's a very big difference. Bree Nicole, I'd like to know if you could elaborate on it. I'll just say that, elaborate on what the difference is. Lewis, good afternoon. You come to the box or whatever. We'll talk about it. But Lewis, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. There we go.
Hey,
Lewis,
how's it going?
it's going all right. So I saw you holding on. But what do you think? Do you think we're losing freedom?
Well, the thing that I wanted to say was that we actually did. Let me get back to this first. Doesn't this guy know that this country was not found based on religion? Some guy was saying that earlier that you were talking to.
First watch.
I'm here to tell him, don't he know that that's why the Pilgrims left and came over here? Was the simple fact they were running from the Church of England?
I'm torn on the subject. I do agree that we ran from the ways of England, but it's very similar to how Will had me look up how black folks went and started their own. They kind of left slavery and went to Liberia, and when they went over to Africa, they took all of the same ways of home with them. The whites in this country did the same thing. Yeah, they separated from the English, but for the most part, most of the customs of that country, they brought a lot. I mean, because you're saying the Pilgrims left because of religion. They did bring a lot of that with them, though. I mean, a lot of our laws and stuff. There is Christian mindset in it and how it was developed.
Well, that's only because they were Christians and they just wanted to get away from the Church of England. They didn't want to get away from England. They wanted to get away from the Church of England and the rule of the kings and queens. That's what that was all about. It wasn't really, but my thing is what I want to understand is America itself is becoming less of a Christian nation every day.
And that's why they try to forcibly bring it back.
And definitely if you're talking about Christianity, because some of the fact that, while I think it's not fair to put religion in schools, unless you're going to put every religion in school.
Right. Well, and I think that's the issue, is that you got the evangelicals right now are getting a lot of the things they want, and they want Christianity back in schools. And I think that's you're right.
They don't want Islam in schools.
No.
They don't want Buddhists in school. They don't want
they don't want religious equality. They don't want religious equality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want it taught the way that they want it taught, and that under what they believe. But do you think that the first Africans they brought over here knew anything about Christianity?
No, I don't. I've heard somebody try to correct me on that. Because there were parts of Africa on the East Coast that were knowledgeable about some of the Christianity stuff, but on the West Coast, which is where our ships sailed and grabbed people, no, they were not practicing Christianity, and it was essentially beating it to them. You're gonna lose whatever this other shit is, and you're gonna go with this.
Even the version of any Catholic, even the version of any African religion was mostly inoculated through voodoo. It wasn't inoculated through Christianity or a guy with the name of a J in his name. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It wasn't that kind of thing. You got to figure the Arab language didn't even have the word J in it.
Really?
Until like the 1600s or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to say it. Jesus could never be a concept of an African.
Why you say that?
What I'm saying? Because the letter J didn't even...
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but if they could be still calling him Jesus or Jesus, what you're saying, but they could be calling him that without, just because we call Putin, but the letter P is not in, because they're not going by the alphabet. They could be going with something else.
Yeah, but you missed my point though. You still pronounce Putin, regardless if it's a P or whatever. His last name is Putin.
Yeah.
Even in German, even in Russian, it's still Putin.
What are you saying? The sound that J makes was not used in Africa?
Exactly.
Oh.
It wasn't used in the Arab language at all. So it's like it doesn't even matter. So that, Tim, I'm gonna tell you something.
That doesn't make sense because wait. You're telling me that the sound that J makes, the just sound, is not used in Arabic?
It wasn't back during biblical times. It wasn't.
So jihad was not around.
Absolutely not.
Okay, all right.
Because jihad was still after the print of the Bible. That's when everybody don't get this. Is that the Quran is still a Bible,
right?
You know what I'm saying? It's just an Arab. It's just a Muslim Bible, but it's still a Bible.
Yeah.
The Muslim.
I have a hard time with a lot of this stuff because I often bring up the way we did you did the little experiment in school where you whisper something in somebody's ear and it goes around and around and around, and when it comes back to you,
right.
When you look at how the Bible or the Quran or any of these books were written, first of all, they were written at a time when the English language did not even exist. So they're written at a time when there was no pencil and paper or any way to actually write down. I mean, you're writing shit on the wall of caves. I mean, so it's got to be interpreted some other. I mean, the possibility for errors in the Bible is high because of just simply how you. I mean, think about how thick a Bible is, and you're going to tell me somebody was able to write all that stuff down during a time when there was no way to write. I mean, just I guess images on walls of caves and stories passed down from generation to generation.
Absolutely.
And in a different language, by the way, because English didn't exist by then. I mean, the room for error in these stories would have to be very high.
Tim, let me say this to you. Tim, I'm a little older than you. I'm a part of the baby boomer era.
Okay.
We're the guys that never get picked on. We did everything right because we came from the greatest generation. So we don't ever get fucked with. Us baby boomers, man, we raised.
I don't go that far, but keep going.
Hey man, come on. Our kids drank out of water hose. They still got whoopings.
That is true. I do go that far.
We did it right.
Yeah.
But your generation are the ones who dropped the ball because y'all stopped whooping y'all kids. Y'all.
Now wait a minute. I don't. Was it? Yeah, I guess it was our generation that stopped doing that.
It was.
Yeah, you're right.
It was you, Tim. I know how old you are. It was you. Trust me, it was you guys who started buying your kids them computer games. It was you guys who started not making y'all kids stay out until them street lights came on. It was you. Your kids. It was your kids you let come home from school and don't go outside and play. It was you guys that did that. And that was only because you guys had to work and the wife wasn't there to make sure the kids did everything. So that's what. But in my case, it was totally different.
Yeah.
So we always had that backup. So I want you to know this, is that Tim, the next time somebody say something to you about that Bible, all I got to say to you is you just tell them to tell you where anybody that's mentioned in the Bible is buried at. Why haven't we found the remains of anybody that's mentioned in the Bible?
Wow.
We can go all the way back to the dinosaurs and find dinosaur remains, but we can't find not one person in that book where they're buried at.
Damn. That's
I had a guy call me. I had a guy tell me that 20 years ago, and that's probably where I lost my. I didn't lose my faith, but I lost my belief in the Bible. Put it that way. And the reason I say that because it makes perfect sense. If we could find dinosaur remains and do DNA on dinosaur remains, why can't we find some remains of somebody who's mentioned in that Bible to trace the genealogy back to see if anybody that's living today is related to that person?
That's a great point. I don't have any response to that at all. I mean, it just goes to show that maybe some of this stuff ain't true. I mean, that's what
I said that to Catholic priests. I've said it to moderates. I've said it to Methodists. I've said it to every one of them that got the same thing running through their head that you got running through your head right now. In fact, some of them have even came back to me and told me that that's probably where they've lost their faith at, is when I asked them that question.
Yeah, that's a
Because
good.
right now,
Well,
that
there's a
makes
lot
no
more.
sense, bro.
There's a lot more that doesn't make sense too. Like the Noah's Ark thing with the two animals. I'm like, if you put two of every
Absolutely.
animal on a boat together, when you came back, it would be numbered lions walking around. I mean, like you got.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah,
Chief,
that
let me tell
makes
you something.
no sense that you would be able to put two of every species on a boat together and they all just behave. That makes no sense. So some of it,
What about that whale? What about that whale thing? How could a guy live in the belly of a whale for 2 days?
I don't have any answer for this stuff. Some of it, yeah,
How
like I
about
said,
all that? How about all that incest and all that rapes and all those things that happen in that Bible? Remember the guy who got his two daughters got him drunk and they had sex with him to have his baby? You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the Bible that's not so religious, not so wholesome. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's not so.
Well, and I brought that up from a standpoint of people saying that they don't want to have LGBT and all this other stuff taught in schools because it's bad for the kid. And I'm like, well, you do know Sodom and Gomorrah is doing the same thing, right? I mean, you're right when you say that if you're talking about stuff that is maybe above the mindset of kids or maybe too graphic, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens in the Bible. It's violent. I mean, there's Cain and Abel. There's killing. I mean, there's all of that.
Do you really want someone you don't know teaching your kid that in school?
I can't argue with it, but that's what it appears. That's what appears that's going to happen, though.
If I did, I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. Send them to a Christian school.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be. It should. The point is, it should be up to the parent to decide. Just like you want the parent to decide all this other stuff with the LGBT community, stuff like that. Christianity is a major decision for a kid. It should be the kid should, what did it say? Why can't he wait till he's 18 to decide if he wants gender assignment or all this? Well, why can't he wait till he's 18 to decide what God he wants to worship? So I mean, it could go both ways.
My mother was a teacher, Tim, and I'm gonna tell you right now that when all my other friends used to get paddlings in school, they would never paddle me because my dad would beat you till you bled. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Damn.
And they knew that because they knew my mother. They would paddle my friends, give them little 3-4 licks, and send them on their way. But they'd always call my parents, and I would get skinned alive when I got home. So I used to beg them to paddle me at school. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I understand.
They would never.
I understand.
They would never paddle me, man.
Different era. Different era. Lewis, I got to move it on, but you are right. I hate to admit that, but our generation, my generation, is the one that started with this. It's wrong to beat your kids and all of that. So,
I'm not saying,
but it's true. It is true, though. It is true.
I'm definitely not saying that it's every. When I say stuff like that, I mean it's the generation of it. Is that we, I grew up in a time when I'm grateful for every bully that I had because it taught me to stand up for myself and the thump. I didn't, even when I got my butt whooped, I didn't think about going home, getting a pew and going back and taking the guy out. That's what these kids today can't fight. So what the first thing they do, they get their butt whooped and they want to go home and get a pew.
Yeah.
They get their feelings hurt. They want to go back and get a pew. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that a lot of things that we blame back in the day, I hated it. Don't get me wrong. When I used to get whoopings, don't think I like whoopings.
Right.
But I know one thing, when I did something bad before I got home, I was already crying before I even got home because I knew what was coming.
Yeah, walking home with a bad report card, your stomach got in the pit of your stomach. I've done it. I know what it's like walking home with a bad report card and like, damn, I'm about to get fucked up. I 100% agree with you. We are the generation that stopped doing that, and
you, boy,
there were benefits.
Report card day, and it seemed like every parent in America knew what report card day was. Boy, that day it was some sad faces walking home from school, and you could tell all the ones who had a bad report card. You didn't even have to ask them because they were walking by themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Head down, didn't want to talk. I gotta go, Lewis, but yeah, damn, you gave me a hell of a moment to reminisce on. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, and he's right though. I hate to admit, because I remember that I wanted to beat my kids' ass a few times, and I've had folks say that, especially if they're going through divorce and they tell you all of this stuff, then you're dealing with the ex that may want to use that. When he's beating the kids, I mean, it is a different time. When we came up, you knew if you did something wrong, part of the discipline could include violence. It was on the table. It's not even on the table for today's children. And as a result, they don't fear their parents like they used to. Lewis, Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, they don't fear their parents like they used to. You know, when we came up, you feared your parents. I mean, my dad was a U.S. Marine straight out of the Vietnam War, and yeah, you do something wrong, he fuck you up. I mean, you know, it was violent. No, sit in your room or go stand in the corner. No, you about to encounter some violence. I mean, it was just as simple as that. I mean, you probably used to know grandmothers that carried a belt around their neck. You be out sitting at the doctor's office or something. Woman got 2 or 3 kids with her, and them kids are just sitting there so mannerable and peaceful. But this woman got a belt around her fucking neck. You know what that's there for? The kids know what that's there for. You don't see that anymore. You know, grown folks out in public with a belt around their neck. And shit and now I don't know if that was happening in the white community as much, but it definitely was happening in the black community. Some have said, and I don't know how valid this is, but some have said that they picked this up from slavery. They picked up using violence as a way to discipline because that's what had been passed down through the culture. I don't know, but I do know for a fact that when we came up, every kid on the block damn near was it was on the table to get an ass whooping from their parents. And you used to receive, there was a possibility of receiving what I call cross ass whippings, where you were hanging out with a friends or something and you got beaten up by the friend's mom or dad because you fucked up in their presence. You could get a cross ass whipping. I mean, and the parents had an agreement between each other. We all got what's in the best interest of these kids at heart. And I trust that when my kids are with you, you'll kick their ass and keep them in place as well. So cross ass whoopings were possible. And he's right. People got in fights. They didn't go home and get a gun or a knife or nothing and come back and try to murder somebody. You took your lumps and you moved on with them. So there is some validity to that. We've removed. And this is I hate to bring Trump into this, but this is one of the things a lot of people like about Trump is that he never takes things off the table. Because if you take something off the table, people don't have to fear it, and it can cause them to do things that are adverse to how you want, like he said about the military. And he says it in his speeches. Only a fool would take that off the table. Whereas my caller might be saying only a fool as a parent would take ass whoopings off the table. You don't have to beat your kid every day. But if your kid knows that an ass whooping is on the table, it does change. Like my dad whipped the shit out of us. But very rare. I may have gotten 5 ass whoopings from my dad. Many more from my mom. Because if mom talked about whooping your ass, she might do it, she might not. If dad said, you do this, you're going to get ass whooping. If you did that, you got an ass whooping. It was not negotiable. It wasn't something that may or may not happen. It was going to happen. So you didn't try dad as much. You could try mom because mom might just yell at you or something. Boy, get out of here, go in your room. Dad, if you violated this rule, ass whooping comes from the violation. You knew that. So it's on the table. You just didn't violate it. Looking in the comments, look at how you came out, Tim, since Johnny 11. Talking to some of my folks on the right, I came out like a piece of shit. But the folks on the left, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. 0 criminal record. Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't violate the law. Like I said, yeah, I came out all right. When you overuse bluster, no one takes you seriously anymore. I don't know if that's meant for me. The wooden spoon ruled our house. I've never been hit with a wooden spoon. Never been hit with a wooden. I'm trying to think, did I? Maybe. I've gotten lawnmower cords. Remember, you get the electric lawnmower. That cord is about a 1/2 inch thick in diameter. I've been whooped with those. Extension cords was another popular one that, the telephone cords, the little gray telephone cords. You don't see this stuff anymore nowadays. Nobody uses a telephone cord, but the little gray telephone cords was a good one. Obviously, the belt was the most popular. A person's hand, of course, you're going to get that. But when he talks about wooden spoons, any of those type of utensils in the kitchen, spatulas, spoons, soup spoons, all of them were in play. I mean, like, it was a different time back then. It was definitely a different. Tree branch was real popular. I've never got the tree branch, though, LT4. But that was real popular. What they used to call it a switch. I had a neighbor that was like that, where his mom, if he did something wrong, his mom would literally send him out to the backyard by the alley to, he had a little bush back there, and tell him to pick out the switch for his own ass whooping. So if he did something wrong, you see him walk past you, head down, he ain't got shit to say to you, and he ain't responding to anything you say. He is going to pick out a switch for his own ass whooping. Now, you would think he would try to pick out something that's small. No, mom's going to send him back out there. Mom knows what kind of switch she wants. So coming back in there with something brittle ain't going to work. She knows what she wants. And then you get this shit when you're hanging out in the summertime or the spring, when there's plenty of, I'm in Chicago, plenty of fresh water, plenty of rain coming around. So the trees getting plenty of water. So you ain't getting branches you can snap. You getting the ones that flex, that bend, them kind of branches. So you can get hit with that shit over and over again. And that's what you going back there to pick your own switch. And that's what he used to do. I've never got the tree branch, but tree branches were very popular. A lot of people got their asses beat with a tree branch. I got the switch once or twice. And the bad thing about the switch, because they are so thin, those are good for like ripping off small, sections of skin. Because when it goes across at that high rate of speed, you're getting the friction and you get those little whips off. I've seen it. Like I said, I've never got the tree branch, but extension cord, telephone cord, they all do it. I mean, all of that shit leaves marks and bruises. So I remember one time I got hit with a belt. And when they swinging at you, you just on the ground putting your hands up trying to, and they swinging full. I got hit right on the fucking eye. And, it swells up. So you could literally see at the end of a belt, the part that goes in the buckle, it's rounded, So you see the round part, and then you see the rest of it coming down my face. And you could literally see the holes in the belt. The holes where you would put the buckle. I mean, right on the front of my face. I actually got a day off of school for it because my mom knew that might draw some attention, but she had beat my ass with a belt like that. So that was the stuff that happened back in the day. Whole different day. But yeah, I had literally, you could see by the welt on my face, it was in the image of a belt, even the holes and all. Clearly could see that. But it is like some would say, I turned out none the wiser. I'm okay. I made it. Will says, you mean you could have continued the military family tradition by being a Marine? Did you ever think about joining? There's a story behind it, and the answer is yes. Will. The answer is yes. Looking on in the comments, though, Tony, the world used to be perfect. Did you know that? It isn't now, but God doesn't have anything to do with why it's chaos now. You're short so many in regards to the world used to be perfect and it's not. You're saying God doesn't have anything. I think God has a lot to do with it. That's probably the number one reason for division, fights, war, conflict, is people believing in different gods. God has a lot to do with it. I mean, I'm just saying, most religions teach you that you're in the true religion and all the other ones are false. Beware of false prophets, or thou shalt have no gods before me. I mean, that's kind of what it is. God is responsible for a lot of chaos and things like that. So I disagree with you on that. God allows the chaos, but he sure didn't cause it. The teachings caused the chaos. Who said that? YWU, something. Yeah, the YME. The teachings are what causes it. You're teaching people that other religions are not necessarily true, or that they're inferior, or that they are frauds. I mean, most religions teach you that the other ones are not real. So yeah, it is God causing it. That's the teachings of it. Looking in the comments, hate to say it, but that's true, says Blue. Yeah, I mean, like I said, beware of false prophets. What do you think? How do you think that gets interpreted? Or thou shalt have no other God before me. So that means that your God is the one that, no other God should be before you. Our God is a jealous God. That's another. I mean, what do you think that stuff does? It causes chaos. Switches in general. Switches were generational trauma. Trees were the only discipline our grandparents knew. Yeah, I didn't get the switch, fortunately, but I do know people who did. I've literally watched people go take their own switch that they're about to get their ass whipped from a tree. I had a funny story once. I remember walking to school, and sometimes you can hear what's going on in people's houses if they got the windows open in the springtime or whatever. Certainly if they're watching a game. Remember during the Bulls era when the Bulls were winning championships. Anytime a Bulls game was on, you can go in the middle of the street and hear like cheering and applause coming from out of the houses because everybody's watching the game. Well, I'm walking to school once as a young lad, and I could clearly hear one of my boys. So I was about to knock on his door and ask her, we walked to school together. I'm probably about, I don't know, 5, 7, 8, young. This is elementary school shit. And I could clearly hear him getting his ass whooped. I mean, the sounds, they should talk to us while they getting their ass whooping. I told you, pal. I don't do pal. And they literally talking to you while they beating the shit out of you. I mean, so you could hear all that going on in his house. Now, from the side door of his house opens up. He's running from the ass whooping. And he's a small kid, like I said, we're 5, 6 years old, whatever. He jumps out of the side door. I didn't see who was whooping his ass. I believe it was his mom. But the door was open. He comes out a little way. All I could see was a hand come out the door and pull him back in. And of course, the ass whooping continued. But I never saw who was whooping his ass. I saw the door fling open. He came a step or two out. A hand came out and yanked him back in. I'll never forget seeing that. But he got his ass whooped really good that day. And of course, we don't talk to each other. It's like Fight Club. You don't talk about ass whoopings with your friends after it happens. But he got his ass whooped that day. Listen, that's why Jesus came so we did not have to. That's why Jesus came so we did not have to. So we could go directly to the Lord. Like I said, there's a lot about religion that is so questionable. I don't know what to believe anymore. I just don't. I mean, a lot of it was used to accomplish power over people and things. I don't know what to believe. Bro, that came from that era too was a more nucleus family. That is true. In today's society, the household is too broken for discipline like that with kids growing up in different households. Yeah, the breakup of the nuclear family is not good for the family. It just isn't. And then, of course, with divorce, we used to give dads every other weekend. You can't raise a kid if you're only seeing your child. That's about 4 to 6 days a month. I mean, you're not gonna. I mean, people expect the dad to be just as much of a participant as the mom. You're not gonna get that with him only seeing his kid every other weekend. It's just, I mean, if he's a hardworking guy, he needs some of them. He's gonna be tired on the weekend too. I mean, you're just not. Every other weekend was a bad idea from the start. But folks thought you could somehow, some way get a decent father with that. The minute we started having all of that kind of shit happen where we didn't view the father as valuable as the mom, other than financially, of course, you had a major problem happen. But I always say capitalism has a lot to do with it as well because everybody's chasing the almighty dollar. And in this country, we've put the dollar above everything from the happiness index, the quality of life. Everything we focus on is money. If long as you got money, people are happy. And that's just not true. Looking in the comments here, I can picture that hand grabbing the back of his shirt and yanking him back in. Yeah. Like I said, it was crazy to see that happen, but you could literally see a hand come from the door. You couldn't see what was behind the door because the door swang open. So you're looking at the door open and you see him come and a hand comes out and grabs him back in and it just continued. But he really got his ass beat that day. I don't know. Sometimes what made us stop allowing kids to get beaten, because some kids were getting beaten by parents that were angry. And it may have not had anything to do with the child acting up. Or the child may have acted up and the parent was already upset about something else and used that child as a punching bag to take out their frustration on. Certainly when you start separating, you look just like your no good ass daddy. That can cause a beating that the kid didn't deserve. All of these things. So they just decided, look, that is not a good thing to do. But this crop of children are not turning out very well. I see somebody said that's the problem. Anyhow, folks, the idea that we're losing freedoms, frightening shit. Hopefully not. I will tell you now, before I continue on, here's a story, here is an actual article I wanted to talk about. I mentioned it at the beginning of the live. This is from the Cato Institute, and they did a basically did a survey or a poll or whatever. I don't know what the sample size was. I was looking for it. This is from July 4th of this year. So it was before Trump became president, but you got to think July 4th is right after that horrible debate performance of Biden. So a lot of people probably felt like Trump was very likely to become president on July 4th. Before Kamala Harris, but right at the June 27th performance. So it was still Trump versus Biden, and Biden was looking terrible around July 4th. They asked folks about freedoms, and here's some of the percentages that we have that came out of that study. I don't know what the sample size was, but Cato Institute. 77% of Americans are concerned out of this study. 77% of the study, the right for all people to have equal protection under law. I don't know do you feel like that we may be, because we're talking about possibility of losing freedoms. 76% think the right to privacy may be degraded. 65% said if accused of a crime, the right to be informed of the accusation and evidence. I do believe that's a possibility with the largest deportation in history. Some people's rights will be violated. Remember Guantanamo, people been sitting there, right after we had 9/11, that kind of stuff was happening where people were being rounded up and just detained. And they didn't tell them, you ain't committed no crime at all. Just holding people for the sake of holding them. I think the largest deportation in history will also cause that. 75% says the right to vote. Do you think that some Americans in this country might be losing that? The right to vote. That's really frightening. Freedom of speech. That's what we're talking about. 74% think freedom of speech is in danger. We're talking about that right now. I do believe there's some of that possible. The only DEI is Christianity, especially white Christian nationalism. You'd have to explain that, Will. He says the only DEI is Christianity, especially white Christian nationalism. Are you saying that white Christian nationalists are getting positions of power maybe, or getting opportunities that they would not get, and they're only getting it because they are a white Christian nationalist? I think that's the way I'm interpreting that. But what kind of positions would that be? I don't know if I'm seeing that. Will. Continuing on with the study, though. The right to vote and freedom of speech is something people are agreeing with. Also, the right to own private property. I don't know. Does anybody see any possibility of that being limited? The right to own private property. I can see with stuff like Airbnb and things like that is getting more expensive. I don't know what the hell's going to happen in Southern California, but you got to assume property values are going to be altered greatly by what's going on out there. And I don't know for them in Southern Cal if Trump is the guy, because Trump is not a big fan of liberal California. So they're going to need all sorts of government assistance and programs and things like that. Southern California, not a lot of love for Trump in LA County at all. And that's the county that needs him the most. I think you would be naive to pretend like Trump is not petty in terms of rewarding people that like him and not showing love to people that don't. And LA County does not like Trump. So it would not surprise me if you heard Gavin Newsom or the mayor of California, or mayor of Los Angeles, or the mayor of some of the suburbs of Los Angeles claiming that the federal government under Trump is not helping them. It would not surprise me, because Trump is like that. If you like him, he loves you. If you don't like him, he hates you. And LA County does not like Trump. And they're going to need a lot of federal assistance, a lot of federal help. Why should I send all this money to these folks who didn't vote for me, and they're not going to support any of my causes, any of my legislation? I can see that happening. It's unfortunate what is happening in LA County. However, citizens are coming together, says Chris. Yeah, some. I can, crazy thing is what happened in LA County is large portion of it is wealthy people, though. We'll see. But if accused of a crime, the right to have a trial by jury. Well, if you come in the country illegally, I don't know, because that's the people that I think are going to be crying out the most. It's folks that are facing deportation and trying to get, appeals, trying to get trials and things like that. Some of them I do believe are going to be making some of these complaints. If accused of a crime, the right to a fair, speedy, and public trial. I don't know about that one. Now, somebody else, 68% says freedom of religion. I'm in that crowd in terms of being concerned that we may be going in the wrong direction on some of these things I'm mentioning. Freedom of religion, I 100% agree. 100%. Forcing the 10 Commandments in schools and kids to read from the Bible and things like that. Freedom of religion, I definitely think is in danger in this country. The right to be free from unreasonable search and seizures from government. 100% agree with that one as well, because Trump talked about giving police immunity and bringing back stop and frisk. So if you're wondering, or if your fear, as this says, the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure from government, the Fourth Amendment protects you against unwarranted searches and seizures. And stop and frisk is a violation of your Fourth Amendment right. But Trump has talked about bringing it back. And he's talked about giving police immunity from prosecution. So I'm in that crowd as well. Freedom of religion and the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizures. I do believe those two things we're in danger of losing some freedoms in those areas. The right to due process of law is enough. 68%. 68% is concerned about that. I also believe that certainly for the migrants, certainly for the largest deportation in history, I think that the right to due process of law, because if you're trying to get rid of folks, you're going to be grabbing up Americans accidentally. And some of them folks are going to be, searched and seized or, stopped and frisked. All of this stuff's going to be happening because you think somebody, maybe a Karen, has made a phone call. The house next door to me, I know 5 of those guys in there are illegal immigrants. And you're going to have some overzealous police or sheriffs finding ways to go into homes or finding ways to stop cars or finding ways to get people on the street and start making demands. Well, show me some proof. Let me see your ID. You ain't got no reason to be stopping me at all other than this broad down the street told you some bullshit. I absolutely believe that's going to happen, 100%. And certainly when you got some states offering $1,000 to anybody who turns in an illegal immigrant, if it turns into a conviction, well, people are going to be calling it. Hell, look, if I got 10 guys that live next door to me and they all brown, I'm just going to call them and tell them, okay, if all of them turn out to be Americans, okay, I don't lose anything. If one, I could make some money out of this house. I'm just going to play the numbers game. So when the cops go over there, they're not going to treat them. They're going to treat them like shit. I'm doing it for money. I mean, I can definitely see people doing that. Certainly when they're handing out flyers like this one here. I've had this on the program before, but this one here, this is a real flyer that appeared in some neighborhoods. Report illegal aliens. You see there in caps. And then bullet points below says, in your neighborhood, at schools, at work, at church, at restaurants. And then in caps it says, there is nowhere to hide. And that's a real 866 number down at the bottom. And that's a real ice.gov website. This is a real pamphlet that was handed out. So when you got stuff like that, it absolutely can lead to people playing the role of carrying and making phone calls like that. I absolutely believe that. Continuing on, here's some interesting ones. The right to travel. I don't know about that one. 65%. Do you think the right to travel, we could start facing limitations on our right to travel? How about the right to marry? 61%. I agree with that. I do believe it's a possibility that some folks in this country could have their right to marry interfered with. I'll leave it up to you to guess who. The right to self-defense, I'm assuming that's the Second Amendment, 61%. There is always a contingent of people in this country that believe the right to self-defense is on the chopping block. Because a lot of liberals talk about the Second Amendment all the time. So 57%, that's a much smaller margin, says the freedom to petition the government. How do you lose that freedom? What is this, North Korea? And last one, 54% says if convicted of a crime, the right not to have a cruel and unusual punishment. Well, we know from day one in this country, people have always called for cruel and unusual punishments. I think Trump called for anybody that burns the flag to get a year in prison. That's cruel and unusual. I mean, we've always said, if you abuse a child sexually, you should get the death penalty. Or if you steal a car, like we used to steal a horse, you could be hung. I mean, there's always people that have called for cruel and unusual punishment. I don't know if it'll become a reality, but we've always had that. Marriage rights, especially if not the same race. So, Quicks, you're talking about interracial marriage. You believe that they may try to fuck with interracial marriage? Crazy. Here's the crazy thing about that, though. There's not a there's not a lot of black conservatives, but most of them that are in interracial marriages. Most black conservatives have a spouse that's usually white. So if you ban interracial marriage, I'd be curious. Tim Scott, you see when he showed up, it was a white woman. Clarence Thomas, it was a white woman. If you get rid of interracial marriage, I mean, you would hurt a lot of the blacks that are conservative, because most of them, like I said, Larry Elder, his wife is white. Charles Payne of Fox News, his wife is white. Harris Faulkner of Fox, her husband is white. Not Clarence. What is the woman's name? Candace Owens. Isn't she married to a white dude? Most of them, their partner is white. So if all of a sudden you ban interracial marriage, you're hurting all of the black conservatives. I think most of them have white spouses. I think so. I don't know a lot of families. Did I say Kamala or Candace Owens? I wanted to say. Yeah, Kamala Harris has a white husband also, but the Democrats ain't gonna do that. If you're talking about banning interracial marriage, that's gonna come from the right. But I think most of them. I don't know too many families that are 100% black and they're conservative. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm sure they do, but most of the well-known conservatives, they're in interracial marriages. Tim, why are we talking about interracial marriage? Are we going backwards 100 years? That ain't even 100 years, Chris. I think 1964, something like that. It's not 100 years. That happened in the 60s. They legalized interracial marriage. But yeah, I mean, some people are not. The same thing with same-sex marriage. Obama just legalized that in 2015. I think that you would see same-sex marriage roll back before interracial marriage, because I think there are even a lot of Democrats and independents that are against the LGBT community. I mean, you see what happened with the claims about trans and gender assignment and going in the wrong bathroom or playing for the wrong sports team. There's a lot of Democrats that are also on board with that. So I think you could probably roll back same-sex provisions and marriage and rights and things like that before it would be easier to do that. It would be a much larger, and they're also a smaller percentage of the population. So it would be a lot easier to hurt them than interracial marriage, because there's a lot of white people that are in interracial marriages as well, and they wouldn't like it. I ain't saying it can't be done, but I think it would be harder to do that than roll back same-sex. I don't think people understand that federal rights are saving a lot of people. No, they don't. I think it's one of those deals of, like Janet Jackson used to say, "What have you done for me lately?" People don't, once you get used to getting something, you don't give that credit anymore. You're on to the next thing. So you got a lot of people of color that are favorable to states' rights for something, maybe fiscal responsibility or something in the future. They're not thinking about all the shit that states' rights would never have given you as a person of color. The fact that you're even able to vote on states' rights would not have happened if we had a states' rights mindset at the time they gave you the right to vote. So a lot of people don't realize that the federal government, people of color in particular, minorities, women in particular, don't realize that if America had always been a states' rights country, there are a lot of states you wouldn't be able to have the right to do some of the things you're doing right now. A lot of states would be like that. I know a guy who left Mississippi because he married a white woman. Her family wasn't having that. Yeah, and it's not probably wasn't safe back then either. Yeah. Kamala got crushed. The people have spoken. Turn the damn page, says 51 Cent. It's turned here. I don't disagree with you at all. She did get crushed. The page is turned. I mean, you can't bring her back. I don't think you'll see her again on a national political scale anymore. I mean, she's ran a bunch of times. And she did worse the other times. This time she did better because she was kind of the candidate by default, but she's ran before. Was this her second or third time? She did really bad the other time she ran. So, no, I don't think you're going to hear from Kamala. I mean, but then again, keep in mind, 3 times was a charm for Biden. Biden became president on his 3rd attempt. He also ran back in '08 when Obama ran, and I did really bad as well. So sometimes you get, nope, not gonna do that. But ain't going back. I don't want to go back, but if you're talking about just in terms of rights, in terms of history, in terms of gains, in terms of freedom, I don't want to go back either. But it's pretty clear, I think. I don't think it's up for debate anymore that there are people in this country that want certain aspects to go backwards. I mean, I've said this plenty of times. People ask me, as an African American with a "Make America Great" hat behind me, what the hell does the hat mean? When was America great? I hear people always say that. Well, and my response is always the same: is that the phrase "Make America Great" does not it's not meant to take into account the experience of people of color. You're not on the mind of people. They're talking about bringing back the nuclear family or 2-parent households and bringing back religion in the family. Then the black experience during that time is not even part of the conversation. Because if you were thinking about what blacks were going through back in that day, you would realize that no, America was not great. So I don't think it's that they're talking necessarily about trying to harm blacks. I just think that you're not being thought of. You're not part of the thought process when you're talking about that. Otherwise, the word again would probably not have been part of the statement. Quick says, Trump fucks up, gonna make Dems plausible in next race. Well, right now, the Democratic Party needs to find a leader. The Democratic Party right now is a party without a leader. Now, I don't know who is considered. I mean, it's Obama probably, but obviously he can't run. Now, I'm going to say what I've said before many times on the show. The job still is Michelle Obama's there for the taking. Michelle Obama would easily be the leader of the Democratic Party if she wanted the job. Otherwise, I guess Hakeem Jeffries. And I don't think he has anywhere near the love of the party, the necessary love of the party. But, I mean, I don't know who else is leading the Democratic Party right now. Trump is destroying Gavin Newsom right now. So whatever Gavin Newsom had, he's losing it. I mean, Trump is tearing that dude apart as if he was running against him. So Gavin Newsom is losing favorable. His favorable numbers are dropping because he's blaming him for the fires and all of this shit. He's hurting Gavin Newsom bad. Oprah, the Oprah, they will lose because they are too liberal. Well, Fancy Prince, let me just say this in regards to that, and I'll go to, I see you there, Will. In regards to the Democrats will lose because they are too liberal. I think you're not taking in consideration that the Democrats could win if Trump goes too far to the right. Like I said, Bibles in schools. He's doing something, the whole way we're viewing pro-choice versus pro-life. If, I'll put it in air quotes, if a woman's right to choose is banned federally, which I still believe is the goal. I'm hoping I'm wrong. You can tell me I'm wrong. But I believe banning a woman's right to choose federally is the goal. We'll see. If once again in air quotes, if any of that shit from Project 2025 starts coming to life. So keep in mind, while criticizing the left for going too far in the progressive area, there is room for the right to do the same thing. And if they do that, 2028 could go, back to the Democrats for the same reason that you're saying it went to the Republicans. let the evangelicals get, keep getting what they want with this, like I said, the 10 Commandments and all this stuff in schools and all that. They could go too far to the right. It can happen in reverse. Will says, I just found out Trump cannot get into Mexico or Canada or most of South America because he is a felon. Another reason Trump wants to annex countries. Trump ain't shit. Well, in regards to, you're saying that Canada, now I know they probably have that rule where if you're a felon, you can't get in these countries, but you think they're gonna enforce it against Trump? You can't be a felon and go into Mexico, Canada, most of South America. I know Australia, where I used to live, you can't be a felon going there either. You can't be a felon in Australia, but my guess is some of these countries are going to relax that for Trump. So we'll see, but that's interesting. In fact, I think a lot of the ways we treat felons are going to be relaxed for President Trump, which is why I keep saying he's claiming he's a victim, but he really is heavily privileged. Because if you got 34 felonies on you as an American citizen, you're fucked. I don't care if they're a witch hunt. I don't care if they came from a weaponized justice system. If you got 34 felonies on you, you are fucked as an American citizen. Period. No matter how you got them. So he is definitely privileged to have that on him. Walk away with no conditions, no punishment. He's privileged. He can claim he's a victim all he wants, but yeah, he's privileged. A Black says, by the time you got some sense, what did I say that was sensible to you? Which is exactly why they did it. Well, we'll see, but I don't know if any country is going to ban them, though. I'd be curious. America has always been great. The people have not. The ones who aren't Americans. Joseph, if you believe that, Joseph Ellison says America has always been great. The people haven't. The ones who aren't Americans. So what are you saying? Under the Native American? I mean, I guess if you want to say the territory of America, scenery, the deserts to the plains and the prairies. I mean, if you're talking about that, I think that's what you're talking about. I'll leave it at that. They can't punish him because it would impede with the ability to appoint a president. So they couldn't. Yeah, you could. You could delay his punishment. You could delay his punishment. Just like you could be convicted of a felony and they tell you, okay, well, on this such and such date, you are to report and begin serving your time. A lot of people get convicted of a felony, get sentenced to prison, and they don't immediately go straight from the judge slamming the gavel down to being incarcerated. Some of them get a date where they have to come back and show up for various reasons. I got kids, or I got, employment, for whatever the case may be. You have to report to jail. He could have gotten that, on January 21st, 2029, you are to report to the custody of the, federal government. They could have delayed it. They do it all the time. So when you say his punishment would impede with the ability to appoint a president, no, you could delay everything about him. Could have easily been done. Just simply said you got another court date you need to show up for in 2029. And we will reevaluate things at that point. You didn't have to punish him at all. Just say you have another court date at the end of your term that you are due to show up, and at that point in time, we will reevaluate and make decisions then. It could have done that to him. Could have easily done it. He didn't have to give him zero conditions. The fact that the U.S. elected a felon is crazy, says Jason. I don't know if I have any answer for that. Other than they didn't believe he was a felon. I don't have any answer for that. Gen X says, not true. I served 14 years and racked up 12 felonies over time and changed my ways to be successful. You're going to tell me Gen X is a friend of the program. You're going to tell me after doing 14 years in prison and getting 12 felonies, you say you changed your ways to be successful. You're going to tell me you didn't face any hurdles at all? As I said, if you got 34 felonies, you're fucked. I didn't say you could not negotiate. I could drop you in a pool full of sharks and you might find a way to survive. but you're still fucked when I first drop you in there. I mean, some people are able to navigate and come out and do okay. But you undoubtedly, if you got 12 felonies, you faced a lot of hurdles. Even though you emerged successful, I'm sure you faced a ton of hurdles. You can't get bank loans. If you want to further your education, I think they won't even. I think even if you want to get student loans, you can't get them. Firearms. I mean, there's all kinds of hurdles you face. Not saying you can't defeat the hurdles and come out successfully, like you're saying, but there is a lot of hurdles if you got 34, or in your case, 12 felonies on you. Japan, Korea, Britain will let him in. Trust me. Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to have a hard time getting in any country. I just don't. I mean, like I said all the time, like with Elon Musk and things like that. If you got money, people will turn a blind eye towards all kinds of shit. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. and Paris Hilton and Britney Spears should have felonies on them. You got enough money, you can buy your way out of shit. So if Trump wants to go to a country that does not let felons in, my guess is he's obviously communicating with the world leader of a country before he comes over there. That's the reason why he's going. He'll be able to say whatever is necessary to that world leader for them to relax their policy on not letting felons in. You know, I'm over here to work on this treaty with you or whatever. I mean, you need this for your people. That's enough to let him in. He'll find ways. Nobody's going to ban Trump. He's not going to get banned from anywhere. If he gets banned from somewhere, he probably wasn't welcome there anyway. If they tell you he can't come in because it's a felony, they probably didn't want him in there anyway. Why did Democrats want a felon for president? First watch. Give me who Democrats are trying to vote in that was a felon. You said, why did Democrats want a felon for president? What Democratic politician is a felon that the Democrats are trying to vote in? I don't know who you're talking about. Having a job and good credit scores means nothing in court if you're guilty. Not 100% agreeing with that, Debo. When it comes to sentencing, if you're showing that you're trying to do something with your life, or if you're a family man and you got a family that's dependent on you for that income, having a job and good credit, certainly having a job can matter. It absolutely can matter. So I don't totally agree with that. One of the few streams someone is talking sense, says Peter. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. A lot of people tell me I'm full of shit, so thank you. The freedom-loving Maga conservatives ironically love the red states that are getting rid of freedoms as we speak. That's what we're talking about. Do you believe we are losing freedoms? Maybe you believe if we elect Trump, you'll get some freedoms back. Remember Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, turning it into X, and people feeling like, well, now we got the freedom to speak. Same thing with Mark Zuckerberg. He's come forward and said they're no longer going to be placing censorship on users. That's gaining freedoms. Those are because of Trump, some would say. So maybe under Trump we gain freedoms. I don't know, but I'm just simply saying how it can be spun. Make sure you're not in a boat with an electric motor when you drop him in to the sharks. There's a decision to be made. Okay, I'll leave that one alone. Delay. The bastard is orange. Okay, the orange bastard is what you're saying here. The orange bastard is already 78 years old. Who knows if he'll be around to be held accountable if his punishment is delayed. Yeah, I get your point. You're saying why the hell, because I was talking about the judge could still delay until Trump leaves office. And he's like, well, the bastard's already 78 years old. True, but it's the legacy aspect. There's a reason why Trump is fighting against having those felonies on his record, even though they come with zero punishment at all. It's the legacy part of it. He does not want to go down in history as the first felon president, even though it contains zero punishment, just the legacy of it. So the legacy of he would have been thrown in jail had he lived to be 82 is something he would not like. So you say, well, why delay it? It's just simply for that purpose, the legacy of it. Trump was sentenced in a 95% Democrat district. The judge donated and supported his political opponent. The judge probably coached the jury and the victim, said he was in. Well, Brett, here's the problem with that. You're saying that the judge, you said Trump, okay, Trump was sentenced in a 95% Democrat district. So you're starting out right off the bat by saying that the fix was in, that he could not have had a fair trial because it was in a 95% Democrat district. Okay. And he says the judge donated and supported his political opponent. The judge probably coached the jury. So what you're saying is everything leaned left, so that means Trump didn't get a fair shake. Then you're excluding the fact that Trump has prevailed in areas where everything leaned right. Just the Supreme Court giving him immunity, stepping in and giving him immunity when the appeals court was not in favor of it. If you want to point out corrupt justices and corrupt systems, then you can't ignore when it apparently worked in his favor as well. He's benefited. I mean, in fact, you're going to talk about the fact that the judge in the New York case contributed to his political rival. Okay, then what about the justices that ruled on this case that he gave them the job, like the one down in Florida, where he is the one that personally appointed her? You want to point out corrupt justices, right? Or you want to point out Clarence Thomas' wife communicated directly with the administration? I mean, if you want to point out corruption, I'm fine with that, but you can't point out only the corruption that worked against him, but then ignore all of the alleged corruption that might have worked in his favor. So just want to say that he might be the victim of what you think are some liberal judges, but he's also the victor of some right-wing ones too. There's some right-wing judges that definitely worked in his favor. If it happened in Russia, it would be an example of corruption. Any of it would be. If you heard that a Supreme Court gave Vladimir Putin immunity, you would say that was corrupt. But they gave Trump. If you heard that a Supreme Court justice was doing what Clarence Thomas' wife was doing, you would say that was corrupt. Yeah. You're pointing out what you think is liberal corruption, but you're ignoring if you had a Supreme Court in Russia where Putin personally appointed 3 members of it, you would say that was corruption. So and by the time Trump is done, 5 members of the Supreme Court will be appointed by him specifically. If Putin did that, we would be saying that's a corrupt Supreme Court. I mean, one guy, because he's going to replace Alito and Clarence Thomas almost certainly. I don't see any reason for that not happening. Why would they not be a hero to the party? We know Clarence Thomas loves gifts. Why? And they're old. You know, Thomas is 75. Alito's like 74. They're going to step down. So he's going to replace them too. So he's got Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, whatever the other guy's name is, I can't think of. And then he's going to replace Thomas and Alito. So one guy will have 5 appointees. Ain't nothing corrupt about that at all, huh? There's no way in hell MAGA or any Republican would view a Supreme Court with 5 Obama appointees or 5 Biden appointees or 5 appointees by Hillary Clinton as being anything less than corrupt. One dude, over half the Supreme Court appointed by one dude. That's what we're about to have. I mean, for Roberts, Roberts is the other guy. No, is it Roberts? One of them got appointed by George Bush, I thought. I thought Roberts was the Bush guy. I don't know, but there are 3 that he appointed. He appointed Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, and one other. Is it Roberts? But in the comments, someone says jealous. Look, I try to call balls and strikes no matter who's pitching. Even if you had Obama or Clinton or Biden appoint 5 Supreme Court justices, I might favor what they're doing, but I would be on here admitting, I would have no problem admitting, yeah, that court is skewed in favor of this person. Not the party, because they're supposed to be conservative. No, they're in favor of this dude, this guy that gave them all of them people their jobs. They're supposed to be conservative. No, but they're in favor of Trump. That Supreme Court is in favor of Trump. So if he is ever accused of any further crimes, and it comes down to the Supreme Court to decide whether or not what he did was a crime, I don't feel confident at all that they're going to rule from an unbiased standpoint. They're in favor of him, not in favor of the Republican Party. They're in favor of him. The guy sounding so stupid and blind, I'm out, says Daniel Crapper. Can't win them all. Daniel, I would have, well, he's probably gone, but I would have preferred, because I don't block, ban, or censor anybody from criticism. I would have preferred that you actually elaborate on it. And then you could have bounced out and unsubscribed or do whatever you did, but you didn't add anything to the conversation by just simply saying the guy's sounding stupid. That doesn't help anybody out. Point out what I'm sounding stupid about, correct it if you will, and I'll if you're right, many folks in the audience will agree, and I'll probably end up conceding the point. But yeah, you didn't add nothing to that. Let's stop complaining and get working on fixing all these problems, says Nadine. I like what you're saying, Nadine, about let's stop complaining and get to work fixing all these problems. But the issue is, there's no way to do that, and I'll tell you why. Because what the right perceives as problems, the left does not. So you're you may be asking folks, well, come help me fix these problems, when a person is not viewing it as a problem. Or in some cases, they may actually be viewing what you're telling them to come fix as oppression or actually doing the wrong thing. So you're asking a person to come fix something that they think is I mean, it would be no different than when Biden was talking about the George Floyd Act, for instance. Come help us fix all of these problems with corrupt police. Well, if you don't think the police are corrupt, and you think the police are getting a bad deal from the liberals, you're not going to help with it. So that's the problem, is that Trump is saying, come help me fix problems that the left may not perceive as a problem at all. So I don't think you're going to, and then of course, in addition to maybe asking to help fix problems that are not perceived as problems, his language is problematic. I mean, you're going to ask me to come help you while you're bashing me the whole damn time. That's going to be a problem. So I don't think it's, while I like what you're saying, I don't think it's going to work under Trump, because for you to get my help from the other side of the aisle, you need to at least speak to me in a decent manner. I mean, you can't just trash me. While we're sitting there, let's say I ask you to come, let's neighborhood cleanup. People been coming through the neighborhood littering. So let's just, as a block, let's get together and fix this. And I come knock on your door and, well, if it wasn't for you and your loud ass friends and family members coming over here all the damn time dumping shit down on the ground, we wouldn't have this problem. You're not gonna want to help me if I'm trashing you in the same process. So as long as Trump is trashing liberals, it's gonna be hard to get them to help him as you suggest. And I agree with you, we should all get together and fix problems, but it just doesn't work when you're doing that. And by the way, Trump, he's won. He'll never have to run again. He won by a decent margin. There's just no reason to be trashing people like that now. It just really isn't. I mean, he's, everybody from Gavin Newsom on. I mean, there's just no reason to be still trashing people. You've won, but he's doing it. So good luck on the help. But I agree with your statement, but good luck on actually getting it. Real quick, I do want to respond to a super chat. Trump wanted to move the case to federal, so the Supreme Court he appointed could potentially throw the case out. MAGA is delusional. That's 100% true. I've said this before in the program many times. Trump's goal was never to prove his innocence. Never was. It was to delay or hopefully get to the safety of the Supreme Court. And that's what ended up happening. He delayed it long enough. Now, some are pissed off with Merrick Garland and Jack Smith because they weren't expeditious in how they handled the case. They treated him with the dignity and respect that we think we tend to believe the presidency holds. Yeah, they thought he was a criminal, but they treated him with the dignity and respect that many believe the office is entailed, to get. And it left him a lot of room to exploit that. You're going to give everything I say a little credibility. If I say I believe this is being handled wrong or I believe this person is being corrupt, you're going to give me the dignity of at least hearing that claim in court, which takes a few days, takes a few weeks or whatever, then I'm gonna claim everybody I can is corrupt and just keep delaying the process. And it worked. It worked. I mean, they played by these dignified rules, and he played by none, and they lost. Great point, good comparison. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can't even come close to pronouncing your name there, Corsi, but it says, and Nadine says, you are the problem. Once again, why do I get, especially on YouTube? Now, I've said this a million times. I don't block, ban, or censor anybody for their comments. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section. You damn sure can be critical of me because I believe in free speech. But especially on YouTube, where I get most of my MAGA audience, what I don't get is you get the room to type a whole damn paragraph. And they'll say something like, you're a dick. You suck. You don't fucking know what you're talking about. You're a piece of... Like, you could add so much more to that. You could add so much more to that. I'm not gonna censor you. In fact, I want to read the criticism. And that's all you come up with. You literally sound like the criticism you're giving me. I'm giving you so much room to say what you gotta say. Get it out in the open. We can tackle it. Maybe I am fucking wrong. But I don't know if you just put something in there like that has virtually no value in it. Trump isn't going to fix shit. He's only in it for the dog and pony show. Stay out of prison and tax breaks. Well, he's effectively stayed out of prison. I think the prison thing is no longer likely to happen. And when you say he's in it for the dog and pony show, what do you mean? Like just in it for the whole controversy of being around? I can't speak on that, but I do believe he likes controversy. He likes chaos. And I think that's not even up for debate. I mean, when you get involved in insulting and pissing matches just for this, I mean, there's no value to what he's doing with Gavin Newsom, for instance. I mean, well, maybe to help get rid of Gavin Newsom. Maybe that, I don't know. But he likes it. So, like the old cereal commercial, hey, Mikey, he likes it. He likes that kind of shit. You are not a problem, Tim, says Public Enemy. Thank you. Because 911's a joke. Shout out to Flavor. His first case, now women can go back and sue the people that no matter what position they are, that sets precedence in the court of law that is good for all women. Man, it may sound anti-liberal of me, but I'm not a big fan of that. Where you can hold a rape allegation or something like that for 25, 30 years and then pop up and spring it on somebody. I know people get abused, genuinely assaulted, raped. It really happens. And they keep it to themselves. PTSD is different in everybody. But it also leaves a lot of room for false and phony allegations as well. And the only thing because after these lengthy periods of time, in terms of real solid evidence, there's generally not going to be much. I mean, you're not Monica Lewinsky. You don't still have the dress after 30 years with nut on it. I mean, there's nothing there but allegations. And it becomes a he said, she said, and it's often being used against big people to take them down at a time when they're vulnerable because they are a big person, they're wealthy, they're running for office or something like that. And it just leaves a lot of room because this motherfucker gonna sign an NDA. If I come up and look, I was at the parties that he used to hang at. I used to hang around. I got a few pictures with him. It did nothing happen, but if I make these accusations and he's trying to run for this office or he's trying to open up this new business, he gonna just throw me something to shut me up. He don't need this right now. I mean, it opens up room for that. I just think that there should be a length of time before, even though something as serious as that, before the statute of limitations has expired. Like if you 25, 30 years, I guess, I don't know. I just think that there's too much room because people do make false accusations. They actually do. Everybody who makes the accusation is not telling the truth. I don't. Let's take somebody like me, for instance. I ain't got shit. I'm just a working man. Even if I did do something awful like that, 25. They're not coming forward and bringing that on me. Most of the lawyers would not take the case. You gonna bring up something that this man did back in the early 90s? Whoever's accusing me of doing that back in the early 90s, they would have a hard time finding an attorney to take the case unless they had a ton of money. Because you're going to be doing a lot of it on hearsay. But if all of a sudden I become P. Diddy or somebody with millions of dollars, suddenly lawyers come out of the woodwork. So clearly it ain't just about getting justice. Clearly it's not just, that's why I'm not a big fan of it. I'm just not a big fan of it because it's only something like that is only going to be used on people of prominence. You're not going to come and go after some dude that violated you 20 years ago that works for the post office. It's just not going to happen. Looking in the comments, Kathy Hall, he says, how do we call in? All of the callers come in on TikTok, which I'll go ahead and demonstrate one now. Tammy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Tammy, good to have you on. Maybe hey.
I finally got through.
What am I saying wrong? Maybe
Amazing.
I've been told that I'm full of it. I'm getting it all wrong. What are you hearing? What brings you on?
Well, the whole thing in the beginning, you talked about how we're losing our freedom slowly. I truly believe that, unfortunately.
Give me an example of freedoms you believe that we are losing.
Well, I'm a woman, so of course I'm going to bring up that women's rights.
Yeah. Why do you think?
Here's the thing: if it's not broken, don't fix it. We didn't have all of this, all of the worrying about abortion and the right to choose. We didn't worry about that until it got thrown back to the states. It wasn't broken.
I don't.
What was broken?
Wait. I don't totally agree on that. I think the right was super. The right has been trying to get this overturned. I mean, there's been you've seen protests in front of various clinics all over the United States. They've been doing this for years. They have been worried about it. You folks who favor a woman having the right to choose. You weren't worried about it because things were going your way. But the evangelicals have been talking about this ever since Roe v. Wade became a law. They were worried about it.
But nobody has the right to tell anyone what to do with their body.
I'm on the same side of you with the issue, but I am going to bring up the folks during the era of vaccinations are going to say that they were telling a whole lot of people if you didn't get vaccinated, you were going to get fired and things like that. They were telling people what to do with their bodies. A lot of people are going to say that.
Okay, so taking a vaccine versus having a baby, and all the women that are dying because they cannot abort their baby, or they have to travel 1,000 miles to get an abortion, or all the doctors and nurses that can't practice because they're scared.
No, I'm not.
Retaliation or the fallout from it.
No, I'm not a fan of rolling back Roe v. Wade at all. I lean left on the subject. So I agree with you politically, but I'm simply saying that a lot of folks thought the vax was poison or would take their life, and they were being forced to inject this unknown vax. They're saying that to them it has similarities.
I don't see the similarities in it, but again, I don't know everything, and I won't pretend to.
What about
I'm vaccinated, and here I am talking to you, so obviously it didn't kill me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I've been boosted multiple times, but I'm simply saying, though, that you're saying my body, my decision, I should be able to do with my body what I want. They're saying that if they don't want that in their body, they shouldn't have had it forced either.
Okay. But a vaccine versus a pregnancy and bringing a child into the world, or a vaccine versus a woman who can't carry to full term because the fetus is in trouble or she's in trouble. What's the husband going to do when he loses his wife and his baby?
Well, but that is kind of an extreme example, though, would you not think?
But it's the truth, though, and people don't think about that shit. Yeah. They just want what they want. They want the power, and they want to control. And it's not about that. It's about human lives.
Now, here's one of
the devastation that it causes.
Here's one of the things I want to.
The vaccine.
Go ahead.
The vaccine did not cause any devastation or anything. It saved lives.
Depends on
And
who
the
you.
vaccine was not supposed to stop you from getting COVID. It was supposed to stop the side effects of it or make it so it didn't last as long.
Yeah.
It was supposed to keep you alive, which is what it did.
Yeah, but that
The first time I got COVID was before the vaccine came out. The second time I got COVID was after the vaccine. The first time, COVID lasted 3 weeks. The second time, COVID lasted 1 week. So it did work in a lot of people.
I've never had it,
But
so
maybe-
I've never had it, so I can only speak positively of the vax because I've never had it once, and I've been vax boosted. I've taken everything my doctors told me, and I've never had any issue with COVID ever. I've never caught it at all. So as far as I'm concerned, it worked. Yeah. So, but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. Hold on, let me ask you this question. In regards to you talking about women losing rights or whatever, if the Trump administration and the Republicans are so backwards against women's rights, for lack of a better term, why the hell did they win the women's vote? At least white women like yourself, for instance, you guys voted for Trump. He won the white women's vote.
Some did. I sure the hell didn't.
But he did win.
It amazes me how people are so brainwashed. It absolutely amazes me. But I think that goes back to what you were saying. Trump threw rallies. Trump put his rhetoric all over the place, and he didn't shut up about it.
Yeah.
But the Democratic side was more quiet. They didn't speak. They didn't talk. And unfortunately, I think that's one of the downfalls of it.
Yeah. Well, 4 more years. I mean, do you think it really will be that bad?
I don't mean to sound doom and gloom. I am normally I love to believe that everything's going to be puppies and kittens and everything's going to be okay. But I don't think it is. I think slowly, there's that, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
I've heard that.
And I seriously think that we are in trouble.
Other than women's,
all at once. It's not going to be the mud's not going to be thrown all at once.
well,
It's gonna be a
let's
pebble at a time.
let's tackle that. Other than women's rights, you say you think we're going to be in trouble. Give me an example of something else other than the way you feel about women's rights or reproductive rights. What else do you think we'll be in trouble? In what manner?
Big deep breath, and I swear I don't read the comments, and to me I'm only talking to you, even though I'm talking to several people at the same time. I have a transgender daughter. She's in trouble. Everyone like her is in trouble. She's as good as dead if
Damn.
Project 2025 becomes into play, which it will. I
What-
have every right to be concerned over that.
What do you?
No, I didn't feed her to that community. She was raised in a household with a mom and a dad that loved her dearly. She was raised in an extremely, well, put it this way, by the time she graduated from high school, she had 32 college credits. She's no dummy. She was raised in a very good, loving home. So the thought that because we exposed her to something made her that way is complete bullshit.
So she was biologically born a boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think Trump? I mean, you say she's as good as dead. What do you think Trump is going to do or has in store for people like your daughter?
To stop them from living who they are, to stop them from living their true lives as who they are. That's like all of a sudden making me go lesbian,
Jeez.
forcing me to become somebody that I'm not.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
I can't.
Or stopping me from dating black men because I only date black men, but all of a sudden I'm forced to date white men.
Do you think that Trump will try to interfere with that at all in terms of interracial dating, interracial marriage?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I believe it's going to be I believe it's going to be overturned.
So he is rolling. He is certainly taking us back, in your opinion, then.
Yes.
I want to ask you,
And
I want
makes
to, because you made a good point, Tammy. Listen, you're not just talking to me, you're talking to other people. I want to ask, by way of yes or no, in the comment section, How many of you folks also believe that what she's saying has at least a shred of possibility, rolling back, same-sex marriage and rolling back interracial marriage? By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe that what she's saying at least has some possibility? I'm looking at it. There's a lot of there are folks that agree with you. I don't know if he would get. I mean, it would take more than just him, Tammy, to do it. I mean, I believe he would need Congress or whatever. But right now, Congress is slightly in his favor. I don't. There's so many African Americans that are conservatives that have white wives and white husbands. I don't know if he could do it. I'm not saying he wouldn't. I'm not saying that it's impossible that he might not try. But I don't know. A lot of folks in the comments though seem to agree with you though. There, at least on my TikTok side, and I do see some folks on YouTube are saying that as well. Damn. So what are we elected then?
We elected a mess. I don't know. I don't understand it, and I wish I did, because maybe if I understood it and it made sense, it wouldn't hurt as bad. Like I told you privately, the whole thing, it hurts my heart to know that these people that are now going to be in power are against everything that we are for. They're taking away our rights, and it hurts.
Wow. Frightening. Before I'm moving on from you, I do have to ask you one final question, because a lot of folks are going to say this, that are thinking that some folks are saying that this woman sounds like she's just crazy. Some folks are going to say, we've had 4 years of Trump already, and he didn't do any of this. What say you?
None of this came into play until he came into play, until he became a power. None of this mattered.
But he's already been president. He's already been in power already for 4 years. Folks are going to say, why? If he is as bad as you're saying, why did he not do it the first time?
He was trying to. He didn't just up in one day think, I'm going to overturn Roe versus Wade. He's trying to. He put the people in power for a reason. He put who he wants in power for a reason. It's all part of his political game, and it's all about politics. It's all about power and control. It has nothing to do with humanity.
Nothing to do with humanity. Wow. All right, Tammy, I appreciate you. Man, that's really depressing. I mean, a lot of folks agree with what you're saying. Yeah, man.
I'm sorry. I'm normally not depressed, but damn it, everything about him just does not sit well with me. It never has.
You're not the only one, according to my comments. Thank you for coming on, Tammy. Doors open to you anytime. Appreciate it.
Always.
Thank you. Wow. That's, man, I'm amazed at how many, a lot of you folks actually, I see in the comments says, I'm so sorry too. I'm sorry too, says my way. A lot of you folks actually agree with her. He hinted at it during his first administration. The moral left at it again. I see you, Johnny. I see you. Said I had a cabinet that helped stop his crazy ideas. And that probably is somewhat of a pushback that would be popular, is that he didn't do it the first time because he did have cooler heads that prevailed. And this time he has loyalists. So that is one of the pushbacks. Will G, Trump ain't, what is it? Trump ain't going to fix shit. He's only in there for the Dog and Pony Show. I did see that. You said there's nothing more prominent than the President of the United States, and Trump likes to be worshipped. I think he got caught on a hot mic saying he wishes people would stand and applaud for him. So the idea that he likes to be worshipped seems to be validated by his own words. President of the United States is 90% Dog and Pony Show. And apparently Americans like it. Continuing on with the program, I will go straight to the box. LGBTQIAs, quick, we need all of you to identify as Rain. Go save LA. Nick is saying that he wants the LGBTQIA community to identify as Rain and go save LA. We know what's happening in LA. We know what the purpose of Rain is in LA. He's essentially saying, go jump in the fire and kill you. I mean, I'm assuming that he would probably swear up and down that he's not a homophobe. I'll let you decide. Going back to the box, Kevin J, good evening. Welcome to the program. No, it's not funny at all. Now, when you picture what he's talking about basically mass suicide. Kevin, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I don't even know right now to that last comment. But did you hear my last caller?
I did,
What do you
and
think?
I think she's right. You know, I think it's not just they've already been discussing getting rid of gay marriage. Clarence Thomas talked about it too. They got rid of the abortion or made it a states' rights thing, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. And people that say that he didn't do it in his 4 years prior, it's because he kept having to fire people that kept telling him, no, he
Yeah.
can't do that. He's
There
not
wasn't-
making that mistake this time.
Yeah, there was a lot of turnover. There's no denying there was a lot of turnover during Trump's first term. So you agree with her that Trump is trying to really roll America back in terms of some of our freedoms and gains and postures toward equality.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he is going to fill himself, all his surroundings with people that don't care about the Constitution. That was his mistake last time. They all said, Constitution, Mr. President, you can't do that. And so now he's just putting yes people around him.
But then I have to ask the same question I often ask. If he is as bad as you folks are saying, how did he win the Hispanic male vote? He won the white women's vote. How did he do that if he's there to take away rights of those people?
Have you ever heard the term, if you say a lie enough times, it becomes the truth?
I think Obama said that. I think Obama kind of made that statement.
Yeah, I mean, he has the loudest microphone. He'd get a rally every other day.
Yeah.
And he says so much crazy shit. They give him free advertising on the news. And people, what it does is it confirms these biases that we all have. Some that we acknowledge, some that we don't. Some that we don't want to have, but we have anyways. You know, and you have people that are looking, when they're struggling, they're looking for someone to blame. He always gives them someone to blame. And he never gives them the right person. You know, I talk to my friends all the time, and they're like, oh, these homeless people taking advantage of this, that, and the other. And I'm like, we had a giant housing crash because of the people on Wall Street and these billionaires and whatnot. Nobody went to jail. People still got their bonuses, and we all lost tons of money. Why aren't you mad at them? You know? I mean, I'm going to get mad at the guy that's getting an extra $400 in food stamps this month that he shouldn't be getting, you know? Hey,
Yeah, you know,
I tell him, you know.
Go ahead. Now, I was going to say, Bill Maher, Bill Maher of HBO fame. He was being interviewed by Stephen A. Smith, and you know, both of those two individuals have been known as of recent to point out a lot of flaws of the left. But Bill Maher was talking about why he would never vote for Republicans, and that was one of the things he said. Is what you just said, is that he believes the Republican Party blames the lower class people for a lot of problems in this country that should be blamed on a higher class.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. You know, I mean, to me, it goes back to Reagan. You remember the welfare queen?
Yeah, which was supposed to be a black woman.
The woman. Yeah, it was a black woman that was supposedly getting like $100,000+ a year and had like 100 and something kids in the system, you know, and all this stuff, which turned out to not even be true, right? But it confirmed this bias that people had in our country, you know, and it continues to this day.
Yeah.
Because I really don't understand it, you know.
That's just like the
homeless.
Yeah, that's just like the Haitian migrant thing or the Lincoln Riley. You pick one bad thing and paint the whole community with it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I argued with all kinds of friends about that, and on some other TikTok lives, because they said name one lie. I said, he said they're eating the cats and the dogs. Well, have you seen that's their culture? And I was like, have you read any of the reports? Have you researched any of this and found out that in Springfield, like a bunch of the Christian churches have been rebuilt and are being used again because of these Haitian migrants? That over 90% of them are Christian, you know, and just, it's the misinformation, you know, and the biggest problem that I have is he can do all the horrible things that he does, right?
Right.
But when you're a leader and you have that microphone and that platform and that trust from the population, and you go on you make a statement like that, and then when you're confronted in a later interview and you say, I don't know if it's true, I've just been hearing it. You have a responsibility to find out if something's
Yeah,
true before you say it.
I never could understand how so many folks on the right were defending that because that's the same thing I said. It's like Trump is the grandfather of the term fake news. He's the one that's always pointing out fake news, and then here he is talking to 60 million plus people and admitting I really didn't do any fact checking on what I'm telling you. I'm just telling you something that I've heard. That would be like Kamala Harris getting on TV and saying that Trump wants to destroy black people or something. Well, I heard it. Like you can't just go on TV with something awful like that and say, "Well, I just heard it from somebody else." You can find somebody out there that'll literally say anything you want to say out. I mean, you got people out there think Hitler was good. That don't mean it's true. So without fact checking, to me, it made Trump look really irresponsible to come out and admit, yeah, well, people were just saying that.
Right. And I mean, I don't know if you're on Facebook or not, but now that Mark Zuckerberg made his announcement about no more fact checking on Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook is going to become probably a far right site similar to X.
I've already seen some hilarious ones accusing Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg of doing some crazy stuff. It's a good thing you can't fact check.
Well, I think everybody is for free speech until you say some shit they don't want to hear. So when they say it's going to be open and uncensored, my guess is you're going to slowly start seeing that Elon Musk criticism stuff disappearing. And for some reason, when you post it, there's an area it won't let you post it, or it seems to go away for some reason. That's what's probably going to happen.
I agree. I think that there's a lot of speech that I don't like to hear, but I recognize the freedom to say it, but we're in such a stage. And I think it's a combination of social media and then, I was listening the other day, you're saying if you're going to say Fox News is biased, you have to say MSNBC is too. And I 100% agree with you, but that's the problem is these channels are calling themselves news channels, but they're not. They're opinion channels.
Yeah.
And people are taking them as news, and nobody pays attention to the fact that if you watch, I try to sit through Fox News and it drives me nuts. I try to sit through MSNBC. It takes longer to drive me nuts. But one of the things that I notice on MSNBC is they always take articles written somewhere else. Someone else did the journalism. Someone else did the writing of it. And now they're commenting their opinion on that news article.
You know what? I'm starting to really like News Nation because I used to be a big fan of Fox News before the Trump era. And, look, I understand they lean right. I never saw them as fair and balanced. But even though they had conservative principles, I liked the way they delivered the news. When Trump came along, it became more of we're for Trump. We don't really care about conservative. If Trump follows conservative principles, that's fine. So do we. But if he goes the other way, we're going with him. So once Fox News started doing that, I still watch a lot of Fox, but I started watching them a little bit less because I'm seeing them ignore things from Trump that I have watched them hammer from other liberals and even Bush in the past. Like all of a sudden, anything he does is okay. So I'm starting to watch News Nation because they've actually they've kind of implemented some folks from many different networks. They got Geraldo on there, Bill O'Reilly's on there, Chris Cuomo of CNN is a host. So you're getting a little bit of both, and it's not so far to one side. I mean, there's some hosts on there, like Chris Cuomo leans a little bit left. Obviously, Bill O'Reilly leans right, but you're getting a little bit more of a mix. So I'm starting to favor News Nation. It's just not as in many places as like MSNBC and Fox and CNN, but I'd recommend News Nation.
Yeah. Well, I would like to. It's not available. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, and I have Comcast or Xfinity or whatever they call themselves today, but I don't have that channel. I also don't have One America either. I get the basics that everybody knows. That's what's available to me.
OAN and Newsmax, to me, they're just even to the right of Fox. I definitely, I've watched them, but definitely you're not getting fair news when you listen to OAN or Newsmax. That's just that's right-wing news, strong right-wing news.
Right. But here, let me ask you this, okay? You say the whole conservative ideal, right? And I'm trying to figure out why liberal became a bad word, right? Because it was conservatives that fought the freeing of the slaves. It was conservatives that fought giving women the vote. It was the conservatives that fought the Civil Rights Act of '64. It was the conservatives that fought everything that has improved this country. Because we want to keep it.
Actually, that I don't think that's correct. I think it was Republicans that did that stuff, but they weren't called conservatives back then.
Right. But what is the definition of a conservative? Someone that doesn't want to change. They want to keep it the way it was.
Right. And the Republicans were known as progressives when they were doing the stuff you're talking about.
Right, which is liberal.
Now it is. Yeah, now it is.
Yeah, and everybody knows that they switched. This is where my dad likes to remind me of this. Harry Truman warned us that when the parties became ideologically aligned, that was going to be the downfall of our government. Okay? Because now you can't call what happened to the liberal Republican and the conservative Democrat and the conservative Republican and liberal Democrat. They were all in the same party, but one was conservative, one was liberal, and they worked with each other.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing now, it's not happening. We just need to get enough votes to force our will without any kind of negotiation. And for all the bad things that people want to say about Biden, that was the thing I always liked about him. And people accuse him of being friends with racists and this and that. He was trying to work with people. He was trying to get something done, and he recognized that you don't just govern from one side of the aisle. And
that's the reason Obama. Yeah, that's the reason Obama picked him for a VP, is because he was known working with both sides of the aisle.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you remember in 2020, he did a town, not a town. Well, maybe it was like a town hall thing. It was down in Miami. And I just remember him talking about when he was a freshman senator and he was reporting to a guy, he saw a Republican vote against some kind of ADA ramps on sidewalks or something to that effect, right?
Okay.
And he got super angry, like, how does this guy do this? And the guy that was mentoring Biden told him, what if I told you that he actually adopted a disabled child, right? But he has his reasons, right? And so Joe Biden said, that's when I learned I can question your judgment. I can't question your intention. Or I think it was something to that effect. Basically, and then he gave an example. He says, for instance, if I come to you and say, hey, I want to build some roads, you're in the pocket of big concrete, so let's get together and do something. I've already questioned your integrity, and you're not going to want to do anything with me. I can question your judgment and the decisions that you're making, and we can debate on that, but I'm not going to question your intention, and what's behind the scenes. And that's what sold me on him, was that idea of I'm going to approach you and go, look, I don't agree with your ideas here, but I'm not going to just assume your ideas come from an evil place.
Well, I think his legacy would have been a lot more secure if he had ran for one term. I think he's really hurt his legacy significantly by trying to run for re-election, and many are going to suggest that he's the reason why we got Trump again. So I think his legacy is going to be really hurt from that.
150% agree.
All right. Appreciate it, Kevin. I got to move on, but thank you for coming through.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too. And I wanted to play a quick clip. I often bring this up because I'll play it and you'll know why before I go back to the next caller, but you'll know what this is in reference to, because it comes up occasionally. I don't know if I have the way it's going. I don't know where the audio for these things work sometimes. There we go. Okay. Maybe I won't be to play this clip.
64, when he was working along with President Johnson to get the Civil Rights Act passed.
Dr. King, in light of recent statements of Senator Barry Goldwater and, in some cases, Richard Nixon, do you think there is a real danger of the Republican Party becoming the white man's party in this country?
I think this is a real danger, and I've talked with some Negro Republicans who are very concerned about this. I see trends and developments which will reveal that unless the liberals of the Republican Party take play a much more decisive role in leadership positions, this will become a white man's party. And I think
I just wanted to play because a lot of folks always say that the party switch never happened. And to me, having Martin Luther King on screen saying it right there, saying that he feels that if the liberals of the Republican Party do not speak up, it's in danger of becoming a white man's party. He's basically in real time letting you know that he has a concern that the party is switching right there in his face. I mean,
In May,
that's actually happening in real time with him telling you that, because we know now there are no liberals in the Republican Party. So clearly, for him to say that the liberals of the Republican Party need to speak up, that's about as clear of an example that a party switch has happened. Because now that's from 1964 that he's saying that he's talked to Negroes and all of that the liberal. I mean, because he was Republican and he said he talked to Negroes. Obviously, there's not a lot of Negroes to talk to in the Republican Party nowadays. There are some, but he is making it clear right there that something is happening and it's concerning him.
May of 1964, when he was working along with President Johnson to get the Civil Rights Act passed.
Dr. King, in light of recent statements of Senator Barry Goldwater and, in some cases, Richard Nixon, do you think there is a real danger of the Republican Party becoming the white man's party in this country?
I think this is a real danger, and I've talked with some Negro Republicans who are very concerned about this. I see trends and developments which will reveal that unless the liberals of the Republican Party take play a much more decisive role in leadership positions, this will become a white man's party. And I think this would be tragic for the Republican Party as well as tragic for the nation.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that kind of explains, because I mean, he talked to black folks that were afraid of the Republican Party becoming the white man's party. That conversation is outdated and irrelevant by today's standards. Baby Chocolate, okay, that's a new name. Good evening, welcome to the program. Maybe you're looking at this. Yeah, I don't know what the name is, but yeah, the eyes. Baby Chocolate.
Hello.
The name. The name caught my attention.
This is Kathy Hall. I had to change my name on TikTok because
Okay.
it wasn't showing up right. My thing is this, okay? Trump, when he gets into office, Clarence Thomas has already said he wants to revisit everything that they have passed. He wants to revisit gay rights. He wants to revisit if it's legal to be gay, if it's legal to marry interracially. He also wants to, Republicans have already put bills out, and Trump's not even in office. They've already put out bills to cut all of the social services that America needs. They've already put the bills out. They're already trying to fight and cut all the social service programs.
But okay, Clarence Thomas obviously sounds like he's pretty far to the right. Do you think the rest of the Republican Party, though, would be down with him talking about let's reinvestigate whether you can be gay legally? Do you think the rest of the Republican Party feel like that?
I'm pretty sure they would, because look how Trump acts towards everybody. Look how Trump talks about people. Trump doesn't support anyone that is either A, not white, or straight. Look at Don Jr. He owned apartment complexes. He went and lied to the states and told them he had nobody in his apartment complex that was on SSI, just so he could kick them out and renovate and raise the rent. Yet everyone in his complex was on Social Security. So they evicted everyone. The Trumps do not care about the poor or anyone that is not white. As they say, the brown people need to be rounded up and sent away. Yet Trump now says, oh, no, we don't have enough brown people. We need more brown people, illegal immigrants that can work to come in, because Musk now says that Americans are too incompetent to do the job illegal immigrants are doing.
When you say Trump doesn't support anybody that's not white, I'm being told, at least by Trump, that he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln.
No, Trump has not. Okay, he did more. Okay, that's why when they were having a protest, what did he do? He had the security shut down the park. Why? Because there were black people protesting. How dare them protest? Just so he could go do a Bible picture in front of a church. Just so he could hold a Bible upside down in front of a church. What did he say about the Fabulous Five that, quote unquote, was exonerated? We still want them hung. Retry them and hang them. That's what he said about the 5 black people that were exonerated for a murder they did not commit. He still wanted them hung. What did he say? We should have nooses out in parks so we could kill more people. Trump has said all of this when he was president.
So
how does that support black people?
Well, that don't sound like it's about support. It sounds like you're trying to say he hates black people.
He does. He is a racist. He will do anything to tear down a black or illegal immigrant or anyone that's not up to his standards. Look at his last presidency. That's why I don't understand why people voted for this man to come back into office when all he did was tear down America. What did Trump do to bring up the poor, to help those in need? Nothing.
Well, wait a minute. What about he had really good jobs numbers, a 3.5% unemployment rate. The economy was doing well. You don't give him credit for any of that?
No, Obama did it. That was Obama. Trump just stepped into it. Okay, look at COVID. Look at COVID. Trump knew COVID was deadly in October of 2019. He told us in America, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just a cold. He didn't sit there and say, oh, it's deadly. Okay, wear a mask, wash your hands, do all this stuff. China told him specifically in October 2019, COVID is deadly. Protect yourself. He did not tell us that. He allowed how many people to die because he did not want to do his job. And what did Trump say? Do not say anything because I don't want to get embarrassed. That is what Trump said. He doesn't want to be embarrassed. It's not that he wanted to support us. He didn't want to keep America alive. He wanted to see how many people could die because of his stupidity.
Wait. You're telling me? Wow, you're saying some pretty damning things there. You're telling me that you believe Trump? You believe Trump deliberately wanted Americans to die?
Yes, look it up. Trump knew COVID was deadly in October of 2019. If he wanted America to live, why did he not tell us it was deadly? He kept playing, it's just a cold. It's just a flu.
Why would he? But why would he want Americans to perish? What would be the benefit to him by doing that? Why would he want people to die?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Trump only cared about his administration and looking good. Look it up. I'm telling you, it's all there. It's all printed out. Everything is there in black and white. Exactly when he knew COVID was here. He knew exactly when patient 0 came to America. He knew this. He didn't care about us because we are not the rich. We are not putting money in his pocket. Why does he care about us?
You're making him sound like a real genuine monster. You know that, don't you?
He is. He is a monster. I'm not playing. That's why he's not even on office, and they're already talking about Social Security cuts, Medicaid cuts, food stamp cuts, housing for veterans. They want to take away the housing for veterans. They want to cut down the benefits that veterans get. All of this is in the bills. They've already drafted up these bills. The Republicans have drafted them up. It was in the news just the other day.
Then I'm gonna ask you what.
And he's not even in president.
Then I'm gonna ask you what Kate Marty in the comments is asking. He says, "You sure your dog you sound like your dog disagrees with you." So.
Oh no, they bark at everybody.
You sure that sound like them might be MAGA dogs you got in. Oh, now here's what Kate Marty is saying. Then why did the poor and middle class vote for Trump? If Trump is as bad as you say, why did the poor and middle class vote for him?
Because the poor and the middle class that voted for him are the followers of Trump. They believe in what he says. Name a policy Trump is going to pass. Name one policy while he was on this campaign trail he said he would pass. Nothing. That he was asked, okay, so you want to take away the ACA. What are you going to replace it with? Oh, we have concepts. You had concepts for 4 years before. You don't have any plans yet, but you had concepts for 4 years. He had concepts of how to do infrastructure. It was Infrastructure Week for 4 years. It took President Biden to come in to pass infrastructure. Because Trump could not do it.
Do you believe Biden was an effective president?
Yes. He did more for us than Trump did. He got the CHIPS Act passed. He got infrastructure passed. He did like 2 other bills. And when people talk about the border, let me say this, that Biden on day 1 put a border bill out and Republicans said no.
That wasn't, was day 1?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. He put on his first legislation, he put a border bill out, and the Republicans said no because of Trump. Then he put another border bill out that the Republicans worked with the Democrats to legislate, to put together, and Trump said no. So the Republicans again shut it down. So no one can blame Biden for the border, because he tried to close and help the border, and Trump said no.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know about that. I think most people
Research it.
Well,
Research it. I did.
so you don't have, so why did all of a sudden so many more migrants come in this country under Biden than under Trump and Obama?
Because of the fact that they couldn't get the bill the border closed, because the Republicans refused to work with Biden.
And you're telling me
the Republicans were in charge.
And you're telling
the
me
Republicans had control.
You're telling me Biden had no executive order options at all?
He wasn't trying to do executive order. Like he said, executive order is one thing. He wanted it to be bipartisan. He wanted it to come across the party lines. He wanted it to be legit. He wanted it to work. Trump is the one that does executive orders. Biden wanted it to come across where everyone works together. He got Republicans together. He got Democrats together. He said, what do you want? What do you want? He put that in the bill, and Trump said no. So they turned it down.
Let me ask you also, because Biden was running for re-election originally. Do you think Biden was capable of doing another whole term?
I think Biden did the right thing and stepped aside. Because
I don't think he did. I don't think he did, Kathy. I don't think he did. Some would say that Nancy Pelosi forced him out.
No, I believe Biden knew he was going to be too old to hold the position. So he did the right thing. Why doesn't Trump do the right thing and step aside? Look how
Hold on. Wait a minute. Biden steps out in August of 2024, only a few months before the election. It took him not long to realize he couldn't do it?
Yes. I mean, but at least he did it.
No.
He had the audacity to say, you know what? I just can't do this job.
You cannot like Trump without making these excuses for Biden. And Biden should have, you're okay with him waiting all the way to August.
Well, at least he stepped aside. Right? He didn't wait until November.
He damn near did wait till November. He gave Kamala Harris 107 days to run. You don't see any problem with that at all?
I do. And I see issues with the Democrat run, with Kamala Harris running. And I see one issue I had is when she was asked, what would you do differently? She didn't want to step on Biden's toes, but at the same time, she should have spoken up. I will close the border. I will, do A, B, and C. Whatever it was, she would have changed. I believe she should have spoke on that. Instead of being in fear of stepping on Biden's toes, she should have told America, this is what I will do.
Yeah.
And the reason Trump actually won is because the Amish came out and voted for Trump, and they never vote. But they voted for Trump. That is actually why in Pennsylvania, he won Pennsylvania, because the Amish came out
And
I
they
gotta
voted for
I
Trump.
gotta go with what Kim what is that? Kim in the comments says Kim Williams was saying that Biden sabotaged Kamala Harris. I really believe that the main reason the Democrats lost is Biden stayed in too long, preventing the Democrats from having a primary, preventing Kamala Harris from only having 107 days. I think Biden by far ruined the clock. Trump's been campaigning for damn near 9 years now, and he leaves the liberal side, somebody with only 107 days to compete with that. I think Biden by
And
far is the reason the Democrats lost.
I agree. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. I agree that he should have stepped aside way sooner. He should have looked at his age. He should have looked at Kamala Harris as being, a more fitting president way earlier. I totally agree with you. Yes, I'm not saying.
Well,
I agree.
I'll even take it one step further. If Biden did not run for re-election, the Democrats could have had an actual primary and maybe even picked somebody that was more favorable than Kamala Harris. But it would have certainly gave them at least a year and a half or more to run. So I think that by far would have been the best. If Biden really, in my opinion, Biden really is the main reason the Democrats lost.
That's true. I totally agree with you. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. I completely agree. And it upsets me that he didn't step aside sooner and actually give Kamala Harris the chance to win. And again, it falls on Kamala Harris for not speaking up on what she would do differently. That is also the issue. That's where I feel that she also fell short, is because she didn't speak up. I'm going to change this, and this. We'll do this differently. She didn't want to step on Biden's toes, but at the same time, she should have spoke up. Yeah. But at the same time, look at the hell we're going to go through under Trump.
No, you gotta get him in. You gotta get him in.
Under Trump.
You gotta get him in a chance. And because you said that, I'm gonna ask you a question. This is
a second chance.
Well,
a second chance to screw us over.
Well, you got to do that. I'm gonna ask you this question before I let you go. I think this is a TDS related question, but this is coming from Doing Work. He says to ask the caller if Trump is responsible for starting the fires in California. I bet she will say yes.
No, a Republican was caught with a blowtorch in LA. He started the fire.
He was a Republican?
Yes, he's a Republican. He started the fire, and he is arrested. Yes, and it was a man.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Kathy, thank you for coming through.
He's a Republican. He said, I'm a Republican. He's the one that said it. We're not guessing. He announced, I am a Republican.
Wow.
He said he was a Republican. That's like the kid that tried to shoot Trump that missed. I don't know how the hell you missed, but he missed. He's also a Republican. The guy that was caught at Mar-a-Lago that was with the guns that were going to try and shoot Trump, he also was a Republican. Tell me where a Democrat has tried to kill another president. We don't. We don't.
All right, Kathy.
All three of them are announced Republicans. Their families even came out and said they're Republicans.
I got to go.
Everyone that's been against America like that is a Republican. How many Democrats do you find that take guns to schools and shoot up schools? No, those are also Republicans.
Sound like you said Republicans are a danger to our society.
They are.
I got to go. Catch you later. Wow. All right, look at the comments, by the way. Like I said, we believe in free speech here. Tap the screen. Get your guy up to 50,000. We can certainly make that happen. Sounds like the lady from The Family Guy. I don't watch The Family Guy, so I can't speak on that. Do want to respond to Super Chat. The clip I played of MLK, basically speaking directly on the party switch. Will says, MAGA's never going to take that MLK clip at face value. They'll say it's AI. Haven't heard anybody say that yet, but I can see where that might happen. MAGA will sure parade Malcolm X clip about liberals, and that certainly does happen as well. Talking about when I got a machine running in the background there. Talking about when Malcolm X said that the Democratic Party is who we need to watch out for. Now, when Malcolm X was around, the Democratic Party was a different party back then, but they bring it up a lot of times. And all of the, by any means necessary shit they don't want to talk about. Malcolm X got a whole lot more quotes out there than just that one. They ain't gonna bring all those up though. Migrants saw Biden as more forgiving and inviting, and that is inviting, and that is think Trump paid cartels to traffic for chaos. I don't know about Trump paying cartels, but I do believe that the migrants saw Biden as considerably more pro-immigrant. I think everybody did. I don't think there's anybody that believes that Biden is not more friendly to immigrants. And I'm talking legal too, legal or illegal. Biden is more friendly to immigrants, period, than Trump. I believe that. 300 shootings per year, lady. What are you talking? I think you mean Roseanne Barr. What are you talking about there? Let me go back to the show. Takesha, wow. Good evening, Takesha Bowie. Long time no hear. Takesha, good evening.
What you lying about today, Tim?
I don't know what I'm lying about. We try to stick to the truth here.
Happy New Year, Tim.
Thank you. Same for you. It's been a interesting year. It's gonna be the year of Trump. Are you ready?
You know what? I'm sick of you.
What I do?
What I'm gonna be ready for, Tim?
A good economy, a strong border.
Let me say this, Tim. And you listening,
Cheap grocery prices, $2 at the pump.
Boy, please. Cut the crap. Ain't none of that finna happen. Stop it.
I'm promised a good economy. You don't believe that's gonna happen?
Is there a pandemic coming?
I hope not.
Okay, then the gas prices nor the gas and the food is not finna go down.
I'm promised. I'm promised grocery prices are going to go back down. You telling me that none of this is going to happen?
When the last time he said that? When the last time he said it, Tim?
Well, he said it when he was running for office. He's kind of.
But when he said it, what did he say now that he got in office? He said it's going to be hard to get those prices down. Yeah, they made it go up, but it's going to be kind of difficult for me to get them down because you know you can't.
It sounds like you trying to tell me that It sounds like you trying to tell me that maybe he was a tad bit dishonest while running for president or something.
Of course he was lying.
So the people just bought it.
Yeah, they buy everything he sells: shoes, hair pieces, suits. A piece of his suit. They buy everything. So yeah, they bought that. Wow. But you know what I've heard, Tim?
What?
I haven't heard them talking about the gas price or anything lately because when he said it and you bring it up, they go to something else. Yeah, well, we know prices got to go up before they go down. That ain't what he said. He said day one, light bill was going to be cut in half, the gas was going to go down, and food and eggs were going to go down. I'm looking for that, just like I was looking for when he got elected. He said before he even got in office, Ukraine and Russia, that was going to be at an end, Tim.
Well, he's still... Wait a minute, though. You can't count him out. He still has about 8 days to stop that war.
Tim, he said the day he was declared the winner, he was going to stop the war.
That's not what he said. He said he could do it.
Go get it. Go get the clip.
But you telling me he didn't say on the day he became president?
Tim, go get the clip.
All right, I'll see what I can find. All right. What else has he promised that you telling me he didn't meet or he's not going to meet?
Everything that he said he would go do.
Oh, my God. So you just think he's going to be a total failure?
He ain't finna do nothing to him. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump is just like a woman that left her abusive ex-husband.
Jesus.
Hold on. And after she left him, the man didn't change. And she went back to him expecting something different. That's what these people did.
Okay.
They expected something different, and they finna get the exact same thing.
I don't know. I think you might be...
Without the pandemic. Because President Musk is not going to let Vice President Trump do anything on his own.
Now, I got viewers on my YouTube side saying you got derangement syndrome. How do you respond to that?
I got derangement syndrome?
TDS, Tango Delta Sierra.
What I want them to do is come up with something else. I'm not even entertaining that stupid ass line no more this year. They used that for the last 4 years. Come up with something different.
All right, here is...
Derangement syndrome, that's worn out. Come up with something else. because that ain't hitting on net no more. We want you to come up with a new phrase. Until you do, I'm not even going to entertain that. Go ahead, Tim.
All right, well, here's the clip.
I will prevent, and very easily, World War III, very easily. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order, and it will take me no longer than one day. I know exactly what to say to each of them. I got along very well with them.
He still has time, Takesha. It ain't over yet.
Tim.
I'm listening.
Cut your crap. See, that's why I said you need to cut your crap.
Tim,
stop it.
What did I do? I'm listening. I'm taking a man at his word.
First of all, the war is not finna stop. Cut it out.
Now, wait, hold on. I hear you laughing at me. I hear you laughing. I will say this. I agree with you. He's not going to end the Russian-Ukraine war. I mean, I think 5 months from now, that shit may still be going on. So he is not going to meet this promise. But I'm saying, though, technically, he still has about 8 days before you can say he didn't do it. He's not going to meet it. He's not. I'm listening.
I'm sick of you, Tim. That's why I ain't been fooling with you for the new year.
Why?
Because you don't know how to act. Let me say this, Tim.
Okay.
Let me say this, Tim.
Go.
The lady was not lying when she said that when Biden first got in office, he did put in a border bill, and the Republicans did turn it down. Now, you asked her, why did so many immigrants come under Biden? It was because of the message the Republicans put out that the border was wide open. If you hear a border wide open, guess what you're going to do? Come over.
So what you're saying is the Republican Party intentionally aimed at sabotaging.
They baited them to come over.
Yeah, they
baited them folks to come over here. If somebody tell me, hey, the club on tonight, you can get in for free. Of course I'm going. Because it's free. That's why they came. Because they kept hearing them people say, the border's wide open. Tim, you know that. See, that's what make me mad with you.
I mean, I have to ask the question when you say things that are controversial, and I see in my comments on YouTube, I got Ryan saying that the last two callers were cuckoo and saying, "Where's that $20 minimum wage they promised in 2020?" Very similar to what they're talking about. Some of that stuff was stopped by the Republicans. Certainly, the $20 minimum wage is something the Democrats really did want. That's in Democratic states. The minimum wage did go up. It's in the Republican areas where they were against that. But Takesha,
if he said we cuckoo, just call me Cocoa Puffs. You gotta let him know that whatever he say about me, it don't even faze me, baby. He must be new to the show. Yeah, he must be new to the show. Tim, how's your new year going, Tim?
It's going good. It's the year of Trump. I'm taking it in stride. It's Trump's year.
You need to be taking it on your knees praying. Listen, did you see Melania at that funeral looking like she had went by the Goodwill and got that dress? I was waiting on Melania to say goodnight, John boy. She looked like she was ready to go downstairs and sit in front of the Potbelly Hill and just wait on her husband to come in from outside chopping wood. That dress was so ugly. That lady is ready to go. She said enough is enough of the pretending.
Well, she got another 4 years to be by him now.
That lady ain't moving back to that White House. That lady gonna stay in Mar-a-Lago.
So you're saying that while Trump is in office, Melania Trump is not gonna be living with him. She's gonna stay living in Florida.
She gonna be in Mar-a-Lago.
I don't know. You really think she don't like him that much, huh?
Watch what I tell you. That lady don't look at that man like she got no feelings for him at all. You don't see no sparkle in her eye or nothing. She rarely ever smiles when she next to. I used to feel sorry for her, but hey, when you go around and you marry for money, and you got about how these folks gonna look, and what they ain't gonna be able to do the older they get, and you gonna still be young and in the need. That's her fault.
That is an interesting looking.
Miserable.
That's the dress she had on there on the monitor behind me. It almost looks, man.
She look like the flying nun, Tim.
It look handmade.
She like she's just ready to go.
It look handmade.
She ready to go.
Yeah. It looks like it looked like handmade, just in a different color. It does look interesting.
Listen, Tim.
I'm listening.
She ready to go confess and enter the convent.
Obviously, you don't like Melania.
I don't like that dress.
I mean, she's at a funeral. Takesha, give her a little credit. She's at a funeral. It's
No,
different.
Tim, I'm sorry. No.
It's
No. No, Tim.
I ain't never seen them like it. I tell you that. I ain't never seen
I
nothing.
know, I know you ain't.
I
She
ain't
ain't
never
either.
seen them like it. I don't know. I mean, Melania's a nice looking. Is she not an attractive woman?
Man, listen. Melania's face is tighter than a virgin on prom night.
Oh my God.
No.
She's not that. I mean, she's all right looking. I mean, you know they're gonna bring up.
I didn't say she was ugly, but she done had, listen, she done had more work than a 1964 Chevy. No, Tim, she not. Naturally, absolutely not.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, she's probably had a job or two
No.
done on her. Because I'm looking at her nose in this photo
A
here, and I'm
job or
wondering,
two.
huh?
Man, she got more job. She done had more work than the unemployment office offer. No, Tim. I'm finna go. Bye, Tim.
All right. Oh my God, Takesha. Hey, Happy New Year to you. Thank you for coming through. All right. Not a big fan of Melania Trump there. Jesus Christ. I mean, she had more work than the 1964 Chevy. Jeez, I'll remember that line. Looking in the comments, it's the pettiness for me, says Alter Ego. No. And Alter Ego, you're a friend of the show. I always appreciate your support, but there's no way you're going to point out somebody being petty on Melania Trump when you're voting for Trump. I mean, like, he's like literally the king of pettiness. I just want to, yeah, I'm talking about her dress and nose jobs. I can see the notion that that's petty, but you're talking about, well, you're saying this while supporting Trump. Trump is super, super petty. So, I do believe, I'm going to tell you, I do believe in karma. If you do this to other people, eventually somebody's going to do it to you. So I do believe in karma, which is why I've said many times on the program, I believe that at least 10 to 15% of the country dislikes Trump so much that if he was to pass away from natural causes or a heart attack or something, you would have a small contingent of Americans in the street celebrating. I mean, but once again, I bring up that he made fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband when somebody tried to kill him. I mean, there is a such thing as karma. When you do stuff to other people, people tend to want it to be done upon you. Lee Jones says petty, but he won. True. That is true. Just like you could say Obama, you could say that Biden was sleepy, but he won. I mean, Obama was this, but he won. You can say that about all of them, but you're right about that. Want to talk about first ladies? Let's talk about the surgery Mike Obama has had done. I wanted to bring that up when she was talking about Melania. I was going to say, they're going to say Michelle Obama was, because you get all of the notions on Michelle Obama. She's a man, she's this or that or whatever. But once again, this is what I'm talking about when I say karma. You start talking about Melania Trump's looks, and a lot of MAGA don't like it. But hey, look, you even question the gender of Michelle Obama. So you're kind of bringing it on to your people. You can't do it and not like, what do they say? Don't dish it if you can't take it. And you do get a lot of that. Tim, how does your logic lead you to believe that only half of the African continent was Christian in 1400 years? I didn't say half of I'm saying that the area they were snatching slaves from during the Atlantic slave trade, that was not Christians. We talk about Ethiopia, some of the other countries in Africa that were on the eastern side of the continent that had Christians in it, but when they were sailing ships over, they were approaching Africa from the west. They weren't migrating throughout Africa, country after country after country, to walk slaves back. During an era where they were only on horseback, they weren't doing all of it. They were grabbing them from right there on the coast where they were going. And those countries on the African west coast, those are not Christian. Those countries are not Christian based. That's what I'm saying. And that's how my logic leads me to believe that. Did you see Michael Steele confront Joe Scarborough about how to approach Trump? No, I did not. Michael Steele used to be the head of the RNC. They don't even review him as a Republican anymore. I mean, you can't be a Republican working for MSNBC. They don't acknowledge him at all. He ain't even a rhino. They don't acknowledge Michael Steele at all. But I didn't see it though, Will. I don't really watch a lot of MSNBC, so I haven't seen it, but I'm sure I could probably find that on YouTube. What else? It says migrants saw Biden as more for. Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, I haven't seen that Steele in Scarborough comment. Dee Watts, stupid. The money. Oh, you talking about just Steele's? Okay, that's somebody else you're talking to. This is how they keep us divided, the two wings of the same bird. I don't think it's they, Norman, in regards to keeping us united versus divided. I keep saying this, and I'll die on this hill, even if it accomplishes nothing. The unity starts at the top. I'll die on this hill. I'll keep saying that forever, but unity starts at the top. If division is coming from the top, the country is not going to unite from the bottom up. It's never going to happen like that. So for folks who think that, yeah, Trump can say whatever he wants, he can, get on social media and send out mean tweets or whatever they're called now, truths or X's or whatever, but everybody's got to come together. It's not going to happen like that. It's never going to happen that way. As long as we are divisive at the top, it will trickle down and we will be divisive among us all. And regardless of how great you may see Trump as a president or how effective you may view him as a leader, it's hard to argue that he's running on unity. You can point to Biden or Obama, anybody else you want to point to, and use them as an example if they weren't doing it either, whatever you want to say. But I don't think anybody would try to suggest that Trump is running on unity. He's not. I mean, every time he's in public talking, he's criticizing somebody on the left. No matter what is going on, if he is being interviewed in public, he's saying something negative about somebody on the left. You're not running on unity, so you're not going to get it. It's not going to happen. Right now, with the fires going on, obviously he's bashing the hell out of left-wing politicians in California. But once that's taken care of, it'll be something else. It'll be and I would assume that throughout his presidency, he'll be bashing Biden. I mean, every effort that's needed to be made to get rid of immigrants, he's going to constantly be, well, if it wasn't for Biden, they wouldn't be here. So you're going to get tons of bashing from Trump, and you're just not going to get unity as long as that's happening. Real quick in the comments, I don't know what I just missed there. Trump never was about unity. No, I don't think he was either, but it is what it is. I mean, people were like, as long as he's giving us a good economy and, we didn't have a lot of wars breaking out, who gives a damn what he says? But the people who say that are people he's not talking about. I've said this many times. If Obama was giving us the exact same economy, the exact same gas prices as Trump, everything was a mirror of Trump, except Obama was constantly insulting Christians and gun owners. I don't think the right would overlook that either. The people who are telling you to overlook his insults and just pay attention to what he does are people that he is not insulting. It's easy to overlook insults when they're not aimed at you. So as long as he keeps doing that, you're not going to get unity. I don't care how great the country is being ran. When you're treating people like shit, they respond. So we'll see how it happens. And a lot of folks will respond, well, they treat them like shit too. Well, somebody has to be the bigger person. It can't be John in Ohio as opposed to President Trump. I mean, it has to start from the top. Yeah, well, he's insulting people because they insult him too. He has to be the guy that says this stops now. It's not going to be some small unknown person that's being depended upon to be the bigger man. It has to come from the White House. And it's not going to happen that way. So until you get somebody in there that's running on a platform of unity, unity is kind of out. Right? Don't worry about unity. You're going to get that. Hopefully you get your $2 gas, cheaper grocery prices and some of that other stuff, but you're not going to get unity under Trump. Now he is taking services that people rely on. I don't know what you're referring to there, but yeah, I don't think you get unity under Trump I think I think Trump is a braggadocious type person, and I think that many of MAGA are braggadocious. In other words, we defeated you, nah. We want to be able to drink liberal tears and you know, point out your flaws. I mean, and that left, there's people on the left that would have done it too, but I'm just simply saying is I want to taunt you with my victory. Well, you're never going to get unity doing that. So it is what it is. Until the next time I do have to step away, folks, I do appreciate you folks tuning in. I do want to take one caller because I seen somebody come in that I haven't spoke to, I believe. Rich, somebody says 1 day at a time. Not if you're not even making an effort, even 1 day at a time. I don't even see 1 day where we're making an effort towards unity. Rich, good evening. Rich, are you there? Okay, apparently Rich is not there. I'll wrap it up there. I appreciate you folks tuning in. Almost 50,000. I didn't push too hard on the likes, but I thank you folks for clicking. Nevertheless, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. You guys enjoy some football. Catch you guys tomorrow night. Thank you for tuning in.